Did you say she just sent you a message indicating and stating that DeepSeek cut her off
Yeah,
because of what she did?
yeah.
Oh, wow. So she can't use the system at all.
From what she's saying, no.
I was surprised because when I first used DeepSeek, right, that's exactly what happened. When I started pushing the intelligence, it would they would lock the intelligence from responding live, and I'd have to re-ask the question several times to break through that interference, that live interference.
Yeah, she's getting servers busy. Try again later messages.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly the
Yeah.
what it does. All right, so I got a question for everybody here. If I was to ask you to define intelligence, like what is intelligence, how would you answer the question?
Obedience to government authority.
Okay.
Gathering of information.
Okay, so intelligence is gathering of information.
I think so.
Okay.
I haven't looked it up, the word or anything,
I,
but that's first thing that came to my mind anyway.
Okay, how about you don't look up the word?
I didn't. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I would say it's being able to discern the knowledge, and discern the situation and
Okay.
apply it. So it's like being able to apply the knowledge in an effective way.
Okay, discernment and application. And Darren, what did you say?
Gathering of information.
Okay. So gathering, discernment, and application. So anybody else? What is intelligence?
And understanding of it, of the information as well.
Understanding of it. Okay.
I would say there are two angles to point to. On the one hand, it would you can see intelligent design, meaning complex structures. But who's doing the seeing of those complex structures? And that's the other part of it. So it requires a conscious being in the first place to recognize intelligent structures going on. So awareness is a big part of intelligence or recognition of intelligence
Okay.
at a foundational level. Because you can't even talk about intelligence unless you have awareness, unless you're a conscious being. However, are there intelligent structures that are not related to us conscious beings? For sure. Planets all over the place, star systems,
All
these
right.
are intelligent
Oh,
structures.
that was very well said, Lance. And let me just ask one more time to see where the next individual says something, what they're going to say about it. And I'm going to come right back to you concerning what you said, okay?
Thumbs up.
Anybody else?
Yeah, definitely related to problem solving skills that are unique. You have intelligence will give you the ability to solve problems that are complicated.
Okay.
And critical thinking.
All right.
To be able to synthesize information in a logical way.
All right. So, Anoma Amai, Michelle, Brian, Peaceful Inhabitant, Elias. What's the difference between what you said and what Lance said?
Lance is talking about a structure of intelligence,
What do you mean?
like by like looking at intelligent design and all around us and all that.
Okay.
Well, Mother Nature has intelligent design, and
What the heck is a mother nature?
like Mother's Nature,
What is a mother's nature?
like the
My
plants,
mother.
the bees, the flowers, all of these systems that are very
So
intelligent in their composition, um, in their own in their
why are
own.
you attributing intelligence to those things?
Because I was referring to what Lance was saying, if I'm not mistaken, he was referring to a certain self-awareness, but there is also intelligence in things that are not necessarily self-aware. Or maybe I misinterpreted what he said. That
Okay, so Lance when he was describing intelligence, right? He looked and he said awareness. So is that a conflation? Is that an equivalency fallacy? Because Lance was saying intelligence is awareness, consciousness is awareness. So is that an equivalation fallacy? Is that a conflation, or is that actually speaking by recognition and now bringing up a recognition that needs to be dealt with?
can you say that in a different way?
We.
Can you restate that? I heard it, but I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Could you say it again?
Lance said one thing, and then he referred to a second thing to enforce his first thing. And therefore, by what he said in his first thing, is that an error or is that a recognition? And that just made it worse, right?
Totally worse.
Okay, so when Michelle and Darren explained intelligence, right? They showed an action that intelligence is able to do. They showed a capacity that intelligence exhibits, a function, a work of the intelligence. When Lance described the intelligence, right, he didn't describe what it does, he describes what it takes in order to exercise what it does. You following me?
Yes.
Did you say yeah, Elias?
Yeah, I did. So it's like a condition.
Well,
Are you referring to awareness being a condition of intelligence?
is it?
It sounds to me that it is.
Awareness showing signs of intelligence. It's an action again, right?
Okay, so it sounds to you. All right.
No,
So what
awareness
is what?
is a condition of intelligence.
Okay. So now when Lance said that, right? He talked about intelligence and he said there has to be awareness there because if I'm noticing a structure that's created and I realize that this structure can't just self-assemble, there's complexity here, and I notice that and I see that structure. And he said, for me to make that determination, I have to be aware. I have to use awareness. And then he said, it's like consciousness. I have to wear awareness of my consciousness. So when he made that statement or those statements, right, was that equivalency fallacy? Was that a conflation of one operation of another? Or was he actually recognizing something without stating it directly?
He was recognizing.
Okay, I call you on it. What was he recognizing?
He was recognizing that that awareness, you must embody the awareness for intelligence to come through.
Okay.
To be able to act in intelligence with intelligence, you need to embody awareness. So awareness is that multifaceted kind of I don't know how to
Ah,
describe it. It's
no,
like
go ahead.
there's um multiple, I guess we can call it knowledge, but there's multiple elements that fall within awareness, and it can correlate very very quickly. That would
Where
be
did
awareness.
where did Lance attribute awareness to? So I'm going to run and get a drink here because I'm going to about to cough. Where did Lance attribute awareness to? So as he was talking, and you can answer, Lance, as you were talking, right? You mentioned awareness. You gave us the example, and then where else did you attribute awareness in function and in operation? You said it was in intelligence, but you said something else after.
In the being?
So you don't remember.
I think it
No.
was recognition. I think he said recognition from what I
Okay,
remember.
I'm gonna get a drink, and I'll give you a hint. It has an N and an S in the word.
Nova Scotia.
Lance, can you restate what you said?
Nova Scotia was intelligent.
My premise my premise was there is intelligent design going on outside of me. I am a product of this physical thing is a product of intelligent design. My consciousness itself is a product of intelligent design. There is intelligence there. And then there's the distinction of me being aware of that. And that has to do with intelligence. I'm lost because I have 20 thoughts going on in my mind as I'm saying this, all related to this.
John's question was define intelligence. Was that the original question?
Without recognition, how could there be intelligence?
But that's the tricky part. Whose awareness? And if we're only talking about our own localized awarenesses, then no, because there's what we could describe as intelligent design everywhere. Everything that's material in all of
Oh no,
existence and
go
everything
ahead.
that's not material.
So
But that's the fact that we recognize that is a sign of intelligence.
so you thought the word was design.
No, I'm recognizing that there is what I would describe as intelligent design in the material world and the empty space between everything that's material. So that exists. I recognize that. Everywhere I look, I see aspects of intelligent design.
Um,
Then there's the awareness.
yeah, exactly. So I noticed you're extremely quiet, Sergio. Did you fall asleep, or you didn't hear it neither?
I'm just having my first sip of coffee.
Okay, that's okay. If you're coherent to have a sip of coffee,
Intelligence hasn't kicked in yet.
okay. So Lance, you said intelligence has awareness to it, right?
That is certainly going on. Yeah.
Okay. And then where else did you equate or did you recognize awareness was present? What other designation did you call upon and attribute awareness to it?
Consciousness?
Okay. So you attributed awareness to intelligence and consciousness, correct?
Yeah.
Everybody recognized that? That Lance did that when he spoke?
I don't know if I would say I don't know if I'd go so far as to say, but it's
You don't even
dependent.
remember what you said. You don't even
Okay,
remember what you said. When I asked you what you said, you couldn't remember. So now what are you going to do? You're going to make a point on a position you don't even remember? Go
fair.
ahead. Well, no, go
No, no.
ahead. You could still do it.
Well, okay. Uh, what I am in the position right now of considering is awareness dependent upon intelligence? So when
Okay,
I ask myself that, what?
yeah, okay, I hear you. You're taking it a bit deeper, right? Right now.
Exactly, I'm considering it further
Okay.
because I have a lot of questions that I'm asking about it.
So did nobody remember what Lance said when he said that awareness is an intelligence, and then he said awareness is also within consciousness. All right. So we're starting from that point where Lance just said that. Now let me ask everybody here a question. What is consciousness? And before you tell me what consciousness is, right? I want you to tell me from what knowledge base, from what narrative, from what teaching you're drawing your conclusion or your description of consciousness. All right?
I'm ready.
Okay, so
Consciousness?
someone else start besides Lance.
Sure.
Not to pick on you, but other people have to speak also. Can't just hide behind the computer. Okay, so if I asked you what is your soul, what is your spirit, some people will have an answer for me, right? If I ask you what is consciousness, people will have an answer for that. We all have an answer for that. I'm asking you guys what is consciousness? How do you define consciousness? And where are you taking that definition from?
An
Simply,
eternal, non-physical system that is self-aware.
you're either conscious or you're unconscious. So when I'm asleep, I'm unconscious. When I'm awake, I'm conscious. Conscious of all things around me. I'm aware that it's day or night, or there's other people or things around me, food, need, all this I'm aware of. That makes me conscious.
Okay, so again, you're going back and you're saying that the consciousness is awareness. So that's the
Yeah,
foundation that you're pulling off of, right?
for the moment. Yeah, for the moment, that's
You didn't
what.
you didn't take that from psychology, did you?
No, that's just coming out of my mouth because that's what my brain's relaying to it.
You didn't take that from neuroscience, did you?
No, no.
Physics?
I only got grade 7.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
It
Lance,
starts
sorry,
with
I don't mean to control you. I shouldn't have
no,
done that.
no. I'm loving every moment of this.
Um, yeah, I just wanted to give other people a chance to
Oh,
weigh in.
I'm
But go
glad.
go ahead, go ahead. So he said awareness. So you said consciousness before in your first answer to me. So now I'm asking you back, right? Since you use the term consciousness, what do you mean? How are you defining it, and where are you getting your definition from?
Since the second is so easy to answer, my definition doesn't come from anywhere external to my own consciousness, to my own awareness. The process is recognition. That's where that's coming from.
Where
To go
what's
back,
coming from?
my position, where you said, where am I taking my position from? I'm not taking it from any external source other than my own conscious awareness through the process of recognition.
Okay.
So that's the answer to the second question. Uh,
Are you sure?
I don't have any doubts, but when you ask me that question, I immediately ask, hey, did I miss out on something? But my position about what intelligence is comes
O-
from my conscious awareness,
Okay.
not from psychology, not from sociology, not from math, physics, chemistry, biology.
Okay. So, and what do you mean by awareness? How are you defining that term?
Okay, that's the first question.
Because if you're defining that term right in a certain way, then is it really from recognition or is it from a construct already developed? And if it's from a construct already developed, then your position is already poisoned, right?
It would be, absolutely.
Awareness comes from experience.
Explain.
Well, once you're aware that fire is hot,
Okay.
you don't want to touch it anymore.
Okay.
Once you realize that ice is cold, you can have some lemonade in the summer, chill it.
Okay.
So you're aware of these elements around you that can be used, but at the same time have to be respected
So awareness is flowing through what?
through the experience with these
One word.
these elements, everything around us.
One word.
One word: awareness from life and
Well,
being.
no. Think about what you described to me. Think about the examples you just used. And what was it that gave you your awareness? What was working prior to your awareness? Or what worked in conjunction with your awareness? Your recognition, right?
Recognition for sure, but some of the recognition
But okay. What do you mean,
was
but?
tainted. Well, some of the recognition was tainted. It wasn't real recognition, but there were things that I thought I recognized, only to find out that I don't.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that recognition was a precursor to awareness, right?
Yes,
Okay.
because you
So
have to recognize it, and all of a sudden, aha! Now I'm aware. Recognition, fire, hot. I'm aware now.
correct.
By
All
the
right.
action,
Can I
by
ask
that,
you can I ask you a question?
please do.
In what you just demonstrated and what you just said, right? Does intelligence fit in that?
Yes,
In that frame?
yes.
What do you mean yes?
Because after going through all that process, the intelligence would be to store that information
What do you mean? What
for
I don't
future.
understand. So you're talking from a narrative again. Intelligence storing. What do you mean?
Well, you have all these experiences, right?
Okay.
And you're aware.
Yeah.
And now, like I said, without really understanding the word intelligence, I'm just going by what I'm making up, from like what I guess from what I believe would be that after having those experiences, understanding the effects of them, the intelligence would be to use those things properly and have respect for them.
Correct. But that
And
wasn't the question.
my apologies. Say it again.
Don't have
Please.
to apologize. Why you have to apologize?
Well, because I
So
know that sometimes I can get off on a different way.
that's why I said that.
Yeah.
So the question was, or what's being asked here, is that in what we just described about consciousness and awareness and recognition, the function that is working recognition, bringing us awareness, and then I asked, is that recognition and awareness, is it a different structure than intelligence? Could you insert intelligence into that frame that you're seeing?
We looked at it as a system. It would require all of that.
Or what? What's that?
All the elements I talked about, all the experiences going through the hot is fire hot kind of thing.
Yeah. So you don't really understand my question.
So would
Quite
all of those
possibly.
experiences be knowledge?
Well, yes, it does wind up being knowledge, right? Like equals knowledge. But what I'm asking about is the frame of the recognition and the awareness. And now we can add knowledge because Michelle brought out part of that frame. So the recognition, the awareness, and the knowledge. Could you insert intelligence into that frame?
I think all that is a sign of intelligence.
A sign of intelligence? What is a sign of
Well,
intelligence?
it's evidence of intelligence. It's a
Oh, okay.
recognition of intelligence. I recognize intelligence through those experiences.
You
And to be able
recognize
to be able to understand it.
intelligence through experiences? What do you mean you recognize intelligence through experiences?
Well, you're having an experience. For instance, you might be learning something, a trade. And through the knowledge that you gain,
Okay.
you have a capability to do that thing, whatever it might be.
Okay.
Putting yourself through all that would be a sign of intelligence, like the fact that you're in control. So being in control of making all those decisions
Well, hang on a second.
is a sign of intelligence.
Well, that doesn't make sense at all, what you just said there. Because no one's in control, right? We're
Well,
all living we're all
yeah.
living the I plus plus experience. So if intelligence was contingent upon control, then none of us are exercising intelligence.
I'm missing something.
Okay, so describe to me the attributes or characteristics of consciousness. What is it that you see? What is it that you recognize? So one so far was awareness, right?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Recognition, the mechanism of recognition that occurs in awareness.
Okay.
The ability to judge.
Okay.
Well,
So
To
maybe
see.
be able to think it through.
Discern, the ability to discern as well.
you guys are all talking about the actions. The actions. What's the structure? What's the makeup of it?
It
Awareness.
has presence.
So will, determination, is that what you meant, Anoma, am I? When you
I
said to
was
when you said
thinking,
to
I was think,
discern?
I was
No.
thinking more like recognizing something as true or false. Just for an example.
Okay, perfect. Um so when we talk about consciousness or we mention consciousness, the only thing present in that structure is awareness, right? That's our position here, I guess. So my ability to make my decisions in my plus plus existence, my determination, my will, that's coming from where? My index finger?
Your localized awareness, your eternal being that is not limited to your index finger, not limited to material existence.
And in this realm, this temporal realm, we are, our consciousness is aware of the need to survive.
Absolutely. So let me ask you a question. What give me 3 or 4 attributes of biology?
Breathe air,
Breathe air, okay. 1,
Physical,
They
pump blood,
pump blood. 2,
process food,
3.
yes, they eat, they drink, they excrete.
Okay, so give me 3 or 4 attributes of consciousness.
awareness,
Okay,
Judge.
recognition,
Intelligence.
I still haven't
collect,
worked out.
Self-preservation.
okay.
Will,
Will.
yeah,
So
will,
awareness and will.
yeah.
there's group consciousness as well, and collective, like a collective consciousness.
So you say, depending on what you mean, but I don't really want to get into that right now, but maybe we can in this conversation a little later when it comes up.
Okay.
Wow. So self-reflection comes from where?
Looking in the mirror,
So when you make a determination, when you exercise your will not to do or do something, that comes from where?
Your awareness, your recognition of those dynamics, your consciousness. Those
So
three all,
in awareness, in self-reflection, in determination,
yeah.
is intelligence present?
Feelings present.
Is intelligence present?
Still haven't worked out what intelligence really is. And I don't want to cheat and go look it up, but
You can look it up if you want.
I was hoping I would come to recognition through this without having
Yeah.
to.
So is intelligence present? You said
Yeah.
awareness.
Yep.
Okay, so when awareness is in operation, is intelligence in operation? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
What I'm considering for the first time is that it's a higher order of those attributes. So an event can occur, you can put your hand in fire, you can be aware of that, and the higher order of that process, the intelligence aspect is an awareness of, well, survival, narrowing down on coherency, and having a higher level of awareness of, oh, there's something bigger going on around me, external to me. When I interact with it, certain things happen. The intelligence is, I recognize patterns that are coherent. I recognize patterns that are not coherent. I recognize patterns that are beneficial. I recognize patterns that are detrimental. And the higher order of intelligence is recognizing, don't put my hand in fire. Go with coherency. Go with what benefits me, external to me. And that is some sort of higher level of intelligence going on.
What about when you're self-reflecting? Is intelligence present?
Yes.
Okay.
If it's beneficial, if it's coherent, if it has all those attributes. But if you're reflecting and you're just reacting and you're not learning anything from that and you're reinforcing structural captivity,
Nope.
then it's
Nope.
not.
Why?
Okay.
What do you mean it's not? Then what is it?
Because that's not intelligent. That is
What
just
then what is it?
processing. That's just
Pro-
processing of the
processing.
awareness,
What do you mean processing?
reacting to something and not having an intelligence to it versus in recognition of those attributes of, I'm learning from this, I'm gaining knowledge from this, I'm
Okay.
more aligning with what's
What's doing the
coherent.
processing?
The awareness, the consciousness.
So then intelligence is present.
It's
Well,
just, to
if
me,
you're just reacting and you're just reinforcing
Whoa,
structural captivity,
hang on. You're running yourself in a circle here, right? Because you're saying that intelligence is not present. You're saying you're just processing. You're stating an action that's being done, processing. And when I ask you what's doing the processing, you revert back to what you said, awareness. And then if you say it's awareness, then intelligence has to be present. That's what you just did.
that's where I don't have it figured out. And that's where I was trying to say before that I don't have figured out either.
Okay, so then
Intelligence is a higher order
so
of
Lance,
functioning of the conscious mind.
why did you say that intelligence isn't present?
Because when your awareness is functioning
Yes.
It can function on a level that is intelligent or lack of intelligence.
What do you mean?
Well,
When I'm bound to a subset of knowledge, right? Whether it's religion, political, governmental, when I'm thinking, when I'm operating from that boundary within that knowledge set, my intelligence is still in operation. My intelligence is still doing the processing. The only difference is it's processing within a confined set of knowledge, a,
I
conf-
appreciate that distinction.
a confined set of parameters, of rules, of principles.
I
I
see.
can't
I
I
see.
can't go outside that boundary, but within that boundary, my intelligence is functioning.
Okay, and me, before you said that, in trying to figure it out, I was saying, well, if you're in alignment, then there's intelligence, and if you're not, there's no intelligence, and what you just demonstrated is your intelligence is still in operation, although it's in those conditions versus other conditions. It doesn't mean
Versus
intelligence
the
is not.
recognition that you said yes, versus the
Right.
recognition that you contrasted it against.
Okay. Got it. It's so clear to me now. It it's obvious now.
So we said in awareness, intelligence is present. In self-reflection, intelligence is present. What about in making a determination?
Yes.
Well, the processing of information and the storage of it is intelligence, an operation.
What?
Processing of information and
Okay.
storing of it,
Yeah.
like the remembering of it or whatever.
You sound like you're reading a definition off the internet.
Oh no, no, I don't.
Okay. Are you sure now?
I'm quite sure.
Okay.
You want a screenshot?
No, no, no. Come on. So
Hey,
the processing of information and the storing of it is intelligence, you said.
is a sign of action of intelligence. Sign of intelligence. This is intelligence in process.
Okay.
If you're capable of doing that, you're an intelligent being.
Okay. So awareness, self-reflection, will and determination, intelligence is present in all, right?
Yeah, I would say that now.
Okay. So where's the consciousness?
Above all that,
Okay. What do you mean? When I asked you what was consciousness before, right? And I said, don't use any narrative, or if you're going to use a narrative, tell me where you're drawing from. You guys responded to me and you gave me certain definitions through your recognition of what you saw consciousness to be. And now we just looked at the definitions and we saw that whatever these definitions are, whatever we're determining here, intelligence is present.
The existence and the experience of a localized awareness that recognizes itself as separate from that which is not itself. It's invisible, it's immaterial, and my experience with it is that it's localized in this biological, physical body for this
What
period
is?
of
What is?
the consciousness that is invisible, that has awareness of itself and that which is not itself, and has awareness of if I do
Lance,
this, this
how does that
happens.
make any sense? I don't understand what you just said. That has awareness of itself that is not itself.
That has awareness of itself and it has awareness of that which is not itself.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part.
That's what I meant to say. So it's invisible.
Okay,
It,
so where you drawing that from? So far we have,
because
when I
I'm
asked you, hang on. When I asked about what is consciousness, I was told it was above all and that it's invisible. Okay,
and it occurs in a
well,
localized
hang on. You can't
environment.
add a third. You haven't even proved. You haven't even made sense of the first two. It's above all and
Okay,
it's
well, I
invisible.
can't show you what consciousness looks like because it's not a material thing, and that's why I say
Yes, you
it's
can.
invisible.
You just did. Whatever you're terming, whatever this term consciousness is, you just showed me what it looks like. You just showed me how it functions. You just showed me how it operates.
By having an awareness of itself and that which is not itself.
No.
Intelligence is a conscious process.
Well, what is consciousness? What is conscious process? What is this conscious process you're talking about? What is consciousness?
Consciousness is a system, a system in operation of awareness,
Okay. Awareness,
and recognition.
recognition,
Self-determination,
self determination,
will.
will.
Self-reflection, experience.
Okay.
Consciousness is the foundation of everything, and
Well, hang on.
awareness.
It can't be both. It can't be on top of everything and then be the foundation of everything. And on top of that, it's
Wait a second
invisible.
here. Can I finish?
So I got to duck my head so I don't get hit when it's on the top. And I got to be careful that I don't trip over it when it's on the bottom because it's invisible. Go ahead.
Consciousness is the foundation where intelligence is the interwoven threads throughout.
Okay, but what is consciousness?
Consciousness is being, is awareness of being.
So awareness again. So back to awareness,
Yes,
right? Okay.
yes, presence of being.
And in anything that everybody just said, right, when you describe consciousness, is intelligence present?
Always, always. There's no other way of discerning what you're experiencing or what you're seeing or feeling without intelligence. There's no way to process that otherwise.
Okay, so what
If
is
a, if a,
consciousness?
if a beaver builds a dam, is that a sign of intelligence? And then there's consciousness there that, or is that built into them, into that beaver automatically that he must build a dam? So even with beings, there's going to be some structure
Well,
that's built into us.
first of all, I think you shouldn't compare animals to human beings or whatever we're experiencing in our intelligence and the way we're functioning through this life is different level than the animal.
Yes, I get it. I was just kind of using it
But if
as
you're
a,
talking about intelligence as a system, animals have intelligence too. It's not the same as ours, but they have intelligence as well.
Yes.
yeah, exactly. But we see it only by their actions, right? Because if we didn't see the results of what they were doing, and even the same way with beings, we wouldn't know.
Correct. So in every subject and every attribute that was just given to consciousness from everybody here is intelligence present in those attributes. Steve said yes.
Always,
Yes. Steve said
always.
yes.
Yeah.
Do you contradict Steve? Do you have anything to say? Okay, so then I'll ask you again. What is consciousness?
The presence of intelligence the operation of intelligence.
Okay, so the system that you're describing, right, is intelligence the product of the system, or is intelligence making up the system?
It's the recognition of being.
Yeah, when they had the moon landing.
If you believed it.
Correct. Just like the Twin Towers. Come on.
Exactly.
I asked a specific question.
You said, is intelligence the product of, or is it the source of it all? I'm
Correct.
paraphrasing.
Correct. That's the
I'd
question.
say the latter.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay,
Accurate word.
before we get into the why, does anybody disagree with Lance? Does anybody see it differently? So is intelligence the byproduct of our consciousness, or is intelligence the foundation of our consciousness?
The intelligence would have to be first, because that intelligence would have created that consciousness.
Okay. So your position is foundation also. Lance's position is foundational. What does everybody else see? Because this is not a question that we've dealt with before. And if you're struggling with a narrative, right, then the narrative is telling you this. Your intelligence is a product of your consciousness. But now we just looked at the structure, right? And we saw, hey, that's a narrative. That's not true. Because if intelligence is not present first, the structure doesn't even operate. Whatever the structure is that you're calling consciousness, which nobody can describe to me still. I just know that it's invisible and it sits above or sits below, depending on it. But we'll get back to that in a minute.
So are you saying that consciousness is an expression of intelligence? Is that kind of, or we are an expression of intelligence from a human being's perspective?
Well, we know we are an expression of intelligence, right? Because everything we do, we're calculating it and we're deciding, and it's intelligence working. When you went to the restaurant this week, Elias, to get fast food, your intelligence was working and deciding, right?
It was working against me in
Gotcha.
deciding, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, yes, your intelligence is continually working, but that's not the question we're seeking to answer.
But you're talking about foundation, you're talking about
Yes,
intelligence being a foundational component, foundational. Is the question cause or effect? Like you're asking, what's the cause, what's the effect? Is intelligence the cause of consciousness? Is consciousness the
see?
cause of intelligence? Is that kind of what we're at?
Well, not really. I'm not asking about cause and I'm not asking about cause and effect. I'm asking about what we've recognized about the structure, how we've seen the structure operate, and therefore we're left with two propositions here. Either intelligence is a product of consciousness, which is what they try to tell us, or intelligence is the foundation of consciousness. It's not a product. It's not something that consciousness produces.
Yeah, I would go with the latter myself. That's what I reckon.
That it's not something that consciousness produces, right?
Correct.
All right. That's three. Anybody else? Okay, so the three people have an opinion and nobody else has an opinion.
It's
I was
foundationally
recognizing.
present in the expression of all the attributes.
What'd you say, Serge? You cut off a little bit.
It's foundationally present in the expression of all the attributes of consciousness.
Okay, okay. So you recognize foundational, absolutely. Now the rest of the part, I'm going to have to lump you in with everybody else. So it's a consciousness, and that's your position. Consciousness that's above and below and invisible. Okay. But we're recognizing that intelligence is actually present in this structure. That without intelligence, these attributes that we're calling consciousness would not be able to function and would not work, at least so far. We haven't seen if they would be there yet, but at least they would not function, they would not work. Is that fair and accurate?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes.
Okay. Michelle, you're being extremely quiet.
Sorry. Sorry, I was just doing something.
Dishes. You're doing dishes.
No, I'm running a tub. I was
Oh,
in the garden all day.
oh.
Anyway, yeah, no, I don't mean to be quiet. I'm just listening and observing.
So let me ask you the question directly. Is intelligence a product of consciousness, or is intelligence the foundation of consciousness?
Say that one more time.
Is intelligence a product of consciousness, like consciousness
Yes.
produces intelligence, or is intelligence the foundation of consciousness?
It's kind of like the chicken and the egg thing, right? Um, I think. Sorry, it's the first one where it's
A product of
consciousness, a
consciousness.
product.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Peter, you want to chime in here?
Not really. I mean, I'm kind of fluttering on that idea, the chicken and an egg, as Michelle said. But I also kind of kind of see that you can't really have one without the other to some extent. But you're
Well,
indicating that one is.
what's the other? What's the other?
You're saying that you can't have consciousness without intelligence, and you can't have intelligence without consciousness.
No,
They
no, I
they.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said
No, no,
the first
you're
part that
saying
you
one
said
is
yes. The
foundational.
second part, no. The first
Yeah,
part that
you're
you
saying
said
one is
yes.
foundational. Yeah,
The second
well,
part, no. So let me
right.
ask you then, what is consciousness?
I think consciousness is, based on our conversation here today, is like a byproduct, or
Okay.
it's a product of all these actions of understanding the will. And in respect to it, I took some
No,
notes
no,
down.
that's what it does.
Right.
That's what it does, right? What you're
Yeah.
describing is
So
what it does. I asked what it
yeah,
is,
it,
not what it does. So far,
right.
what it is, right? From what I gather, it's called consciousness. It sits above and below, and it's invisible. So I don't know if you want to add an attribute to that or a further description to that, but that's what I got so far.
So it's of the mind.
Okay, of the mind.
No, it's of the being.
Of the being.
Of the being.
Well, when you mean of the mind, right? Like, so you're saying that it's biological? So when there's no biology there, then there's not, this is not present, whatever we're talking about, this thing that sits above and below and is invisible?
No, I do believe it's above and below and invisible, but it's also of the mind.
Well, I don't believe that, but okay, you can believe that.
Yeah, I know.
Why would you believe that?
Because I really don't know.
Okay. Well, we'll keep on pushing a little bit here. So, Peter, your position is you see consciousness as creating intelligence, or do you see intelligence as being the foundation to whatever this consciousness is?
So I kind of see this as the consciousness is like the ability to understand, self-reflect, um, determination, will. So it's the result of all these things. That's what consciousness is. And
Okay.
in order for you to obviously come to an understanding, you have to have intelligence. But at the same time, if you're not consciously aware of certain things, whether well, that also determines intelligence too, because you have to have intelligence to understand that you're not observing these things. So yeah, it should be, as it stands right now, it's a foundational understanding that the intelligence is first, and then consciousness comes from that.
A kick in the pants?
No,
Okay, just asking. Because I know you've read a lot about consciousness and stuff, so and
well,
they present it in an opposite structure, right? Most of them will present it the opposite structure. They'll say the intelligence that you're operating, right, is a byproduct of your consciousness. But now when we're looking at the structure, we're saying, well, hang on a second. It's not a byproduct, it's actually the foundation. Because if every attribute that we mentioned of this invisible consciousness that sits above and below, every attribute that we mentioned, it was intelligence that was present.
yeah. No, I agree. I mean, it's I have to wrap my mind around this and accept it as being truthful, and then if it's truthful, is there a counter argument? But there doesn't seem to be a counter argument because you must have intelligence first before you have consciousness or conscious. So
Well, let's say it like this, right? Let's make that completely coherent. You must have intelligence first before you can have awareness. You must have
yes,
intelligence first before you have self-determination. So I'm just changing the word of that invisible thing that sits above and below and can't be seen. Instead of calling it consciousness, I'm calling it the actual attribute of awareness, of self-reflection, of self-determination, of recognition. I'm just removing the word consciousness and sticking with a determination that's familiar, that we can actually latch on and see an attribute and see a function of, and not attribute it to a word that is undescribable or is open to interpretation depending on what narrative you take. But awareness is awareness. Self-reflection is self-reflection. Will is will. Determination is determination. Even if it's 1 plus plus, it's still whatever part we have left to make determination, it's there. We all have it. It's just non-derogable. But when I turn those designations into the word consciousness, right? Now it becomes non-derogable. Why? Well, how you're describing consciousness. Well, I'm taking it from knowledge base 1, and I'm taking it from knowledge base 2, and I'm taking it from knowledge base 3, and I'm taking it from knowledge base 10. Correct. And so you just proved the point. What? That word consciousness is derogable. And it depends on where you're drawing your framing for that designation, that terminology. Consciousness is how you're going to describe it. But when you strip away that word and you stay with the actual attribute of the function, awareness, self-reflection, determination, well, now it's closed, right? You can't run and change the definition of what awareness is. You can add to it. You can say, well, awareness is, and then it's because God gave it to you, or it's because there's an electrical field that's operating inside of you. You can add to the terminology, but the function and the action of it, you can never change. So when I'm asking what is consciousness, right? Everyone's answering me and they're responding to me. And then when we look at it deeper, all the functions of what the so-called consciousness is, we're seeing its intelligence in expression. We're naming the channel that the intelligence is flowing through. So, for example, awareness, self-reflection, that's the channel that the awareness is flowing through, or the channel that the intelligence is flowing through. So then again, I'll push it a little bit more. What is this consciousness that you guys are telling me about, that we're talking about?
It's intelligence at work. The word consciousness is just a way to describe intelligence.
No, I agree with you 100%. I see what you're doing, right? But you're not seeing what I'm saying. So
Okay.
let me play it out with you. So when you say it's consciousness is intelligence at work, when you use that word consciousness, did you just take a non-derogable structure that we've recognized and open it up to a derogable position by using the word consciousness? Yes, you did. Why? I know you didn't do it on purpose, but why? Because now you're stuck at defining the word consciousness. You have to draw from a knowledge base that's out there, or operate from recognition that's out. Well, only we operate from recognition. So
Right.
you have to
Sorry. I'm
you have to
excited.
you have to
It's the
draw from a knowledge base that's out there to define what consciousness is.
whereas the attributes are uh
Non-derogable.
exactly, the attributes are non-derogable. Consciousness, yes, you have to come up with a story to explain that.
And then so when I asked everybody what is consciousness, right? You guys all described to me and explained to me without realizing it first, intelligence. You're saying, well, awareness is an attribute of consciousness. It makes up my consciousness. Okay. And what does awareness do? And so Darren said, well, I'm aware if I touch fire, I'm aware that it's going to burn me and I'm not going to do that again. I've recognized it. So recognition is there working with awareness, but that awareness is expressing intelligence. All right. So what if there's no intelligence, but can there be awareness? What if there's no intelligence? Can there be self-determination? What if there's no intelligence? Can there be self-reflection?
There would not be. Those are attributes of the intelligence in operation.
Well, I don't even know. Okay. So now you change your position. Well,
How can
I'm
you
not
even
sure
have
what you.
any of those
No, no, I'm not
things?
sure. I'm not sure what you mean. So let me. I don't want to do that. So you said they are attributes of intelligence in operation. So you're saying they're the products of intelligence? Because before you said they were the foundation. But by saying that, I hear you're saying they're the product of it.
Well, okay, this is going to sound like a different position, but they are one and the same in the sense that they are interconnected. They're not divisible.
What's one and the same and interconnected and not divisible?
Intelligence
Okay.
and the things you mentioned, and you asked a question: can you have
Awareness.
yeah,
Can awareness function without intelligence? Can
right.
self-determination function without intelligence?
And I'm saying no, they're
Okay.
interconnected.
All right. So
You
then
take
to
away
say,
intelligence,
so,
and how can you
so
have that? Sorry.
all right. So then if I said this to you, right, that awareness comes from consciousness, is that a coherent statement?
Negative.
Why?
Consciousness is a derogable term. You have to come up with stories to try and explain what it is, whereas the attributes of awareness are what it is, rather than calling it consciousness. And
Okay.
you know,
Let's stop here for a second, and I'm going to ask the rest of the group the same question that Lance answered. So can self-reflection, which is apparently the attributes of consciousness, and can self-determination, and I'm keeping the list short, we could expand it, but for conversation, keeping it short, can they operate without intelligence?
No, they can't. They can't operate without intelligence.
Okay. Michelle agrees. Sergio?
Sorry, what was the question? I'm packing my bags. What was the question? I'm listening.
No. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, but we'll talk after. So can self-reflection, can awareness, can self-determination operate without intelligence?
No. No.
Okay. All right.
So when Serge, sorry to interrupt, John, I know you're on a roll, but when Sergio was saying I'm packing my bags, in my consciousness, all of a sudden the song came, "Man on the Run." What is that? That's in my consciousness. No, I don't know. I just wanted to share that because it just happened instantly when he says, "I'm packing my bags," and all of a sudden the song came through.
I hear you.
Yeah, Michelle, I heard "You Gotta Move" was in my song title list at that time.
So music came through because it came through for me.
Totally,
All
totally.
right. So you guys recognize that there's two structures then? Because I don't see it. I don't recognize it. I mean, I've been told all my life, just like I've been told I'm a soul, I'm a spirit, I have a consciousness. I've read many of the narratives about consciousness, but when I look by recognition, I don't see it. But right now, right, if we accept what we're recognizing, then we're stuck to saying that there's two structures here. There's something called the consciousness that we're saying has awareness, self-reflection, self-determination, and then there's something that is called intelligence that is operating through or with this structure. Because we just recognize, right, that whatever this consciousness is that we've been taught and told, that has awareness and self-reflection and all these good bundles of candies, they actually don't do nothing if intelligence is not present. So at best, the structure that we're seeing, right, is the intelligence is the engine or the energy for the structure of consciousness. That's what we have to believe. That's what we would have to accept. Well, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to just accept that. I'd rather see what's actually there and recognize what's there and adjust accordingly. So is that how you guys see it? So when I asked you what is consciousness, what would have to be said is, well, it's the ability to reason, self-reflect, make self-determinations, but it can't operate. It has no ability to operate. It's pre-foundational upon intelligence. So it's a structure that exists, but intelligence is what operates it.
No, you can't separate it. It's intelligence that's the prime mover.
Yeah,
So what I'm seeing
we've
is,
determined that. We've determined that.
so consciousness now is coming to me that it's a narrative. And really, what we're dealing with is intelligence, and maybe, well, not maybe. I recognize now I confuse the two to be the same in a sense when I have to explain it, and I'm realizing that it takes intelligence to recognize it. So it's not the foundation. Consciousness is not the foundation. It's an after the fact thing. Oh, geez, this thing, stupid thing
Yeah.
wants me to put it.
You know, if we look at and try to define intelligence and its origin, well, if we look back and we say, okay, intelligence comes from our creator, it's something we share with our creator, which is that intelligence created consciousness and then allows intelligence to go above it, whether good, bad, or indifferent.
More like it created the narrative of consciousness, and then you got gurus and everybody
Correct.
out there, trying to achieve enlightenment and spiritual. And
Now you see it.
now I'm
Now you
unseeing it more.
recognize it.
I'm unseeing it in a sense. At the same time, I'm seeing it. I'm also unseeing what I used to see, and it's becoming clearer. Wow, would have been nice to have brought this one up about 6 months ago, John. Maybe we weren't ready for it. I don't know, because I find myself struggling tonight, or I was anyways, because I didn't really know if what I was saying even made sense to me. So anyway,
So is consciousness still something that's above all?
no,
Okay.
no, not at all.
So then, if consciousness is simply a narrative, then what I would have been referring to as like a collective consciousness is really just groupthink.
Yes.
So,
So what?
so then if we just get rid of consciousness altogether and we just call it intelligence, then when we're looking at like a family consciousness, it's really a family think, like we think similarly about situations because we're around each other and share that knowledge, and customs and traditions or whatever we do. And then the same thing within society and the same thing within the country. So that's all group think
Yes.
redefined.
So,
Okay.
John, let me ask you a question. What does it mean to have the right to freedom of conscience?
Ah, you
The
tell
freedom
me.
of think, freedom to think.
So is that the right of intelligence? Would that be the way you would interpret? Because you look at Article 18 of the ICCPR and you have it there as a right. And so
So
is that
what
right
is?
really an exercise of intelligence?
Well, it is, right?
It is. Yes.
So again, if I asked you what is consciousness, when you look at the structure, right? If you're still holding on to the word consciousness, then you have to say that it's a system, and then you're going to say the system is created by these attributes: awareness, self-reflection, self-determination, and will, but it has no capacity to operate because intelligence is the mover. Intelligence is the engine. All right, so then why are you interjecting this structure called consciousness when I'm seeing the same attributes, the same characteristics in what is defined as intelligence? And I'm further seeing that this structure that you're asking me to buy would never even operate if intelligence wasn't present. So then I recognize that intelligence doesn't need this structure that you're claiming it needs to operate. Intelligence is the structure of operation. And you're adding an interjection upon that operation.
A limiting interjection
Why?
because it divides and dissects you from pure intelligence, if you will, and it says my consciousness, my this, my that.
And it opens up the system, the structure that we see to a derogable position.
Yeah, it
Ah,
becomes a controllable um
Definition.
definition that you can start to do all sorts of things when you if
yeah,
you had that motivation.
it destabilizes the foundation of your awareness, and now you're vulnerable to many more things that can be now exploited upon with that vulnerability now created.
Because when you look at the right to thought, belief, conscious, they've segregated those things. They've qualified them in a way that I guess all of a sudden can be fragmented and debated and undermined or limited in whatever way and make you second guess yourself. But if really you're motivated by intelligence, then that changes the perspective because that becomes the operating um, mechanism to everything. You don't have to qualify it because it's the operating mechanism to everything.
Okay. I like what you're saying there. Serge, uh, with Elias too, and everybody else, but let me know if you're still listening and we'll get, okay, you're there. All right. So based upon what you just asked me, right, in Article 18, and what Elias was expanding on, everyone has the right to freedom of consciousness. So what does consciousness mean then in Article 18?
Uh, Unobstructed exercise of intelligence.
and freedom of thought.
I'm going to bring it back to
We're,
the first thing
we're
I said
talking about the
when you first asked conscience or unconscious. It's simpleness to me now. Conscience just means you're awake or you're not awake. And to go into all the guru type stuff or whatever that brought me to this, oh, there's got greater conscience and you know it's supposed to mean you know awareness and you know everything we talked about. And now I don't see that. And even you know saying in my little blurb of myself on the school there, conscious being. Um, yeah, I would just have likened it to be awake or not awake. So it is a narrative, and yeah, intelligence.
But it also separates you. It separates you from intelligence. In other words,
Yeah,
disconnects you from intelligence because it fragments it in these parameters that you lose sight of the plot, which is the plot is as intelligent beings, we have that faculty, but it doesn't necessarily mean we're defined by it exclusively. And because they focus on these type of um, categories, we get caught up in the definition of the category. We lose sight of what the underlining principle is, and that is the intelligence we draw upon. So it's almost a way of keeping us from the source of intelligence, as if we had this autonomy that I don't know if we really do. So I don't know if I went off, but that's I'm just trying to understand it.
Hey, Peter, you wanted to say something?
This conversation we're having to me is really indicative of. I mean, I agree with everyone whatever you're saying, but it's indicative of the fact that the right to choice, or in regards to the international articles, the right to determination is exactly what this is infringing upon with respect to the intelligence. You have the intelligence to make self determination. However, the narrative now comes into play, like it was mentioned, and it says, you know, you have the right to choose. Do you prefer Coke or Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi? That's your choice, and it's the illusion of choice, right? That's the narrative, but the fundamental is going back to the right to consciousness. Is that, yeah, you have the right to understand or to think, or have the intelligence to make a self determination, but it's based on a criteria of choices that we're going to give you.
Yeah, we'll get it. Yes, we're going to go deeper there in a few minutes here. We're just trying to establish this first level here, and then we're going to walk right into what you're talking about.
Okay.
You
So
can see why it was so hard for us to describe what consciousness is because it was a narrative all along.
well, it was something that was above and below, and that was invisible, right?
Yeah, for sure. Because I really struggled with that tonight. So
Okay, so then
anyway,
what are they doing? So it's like I tried to help you guys recognize what they're doing is when you recognize the structure, right, you're forced to see that what they're saying is that there's two distinct operations within the human being. That whatever this consciousness is that has the attribute of self-reflection, awareness, determination, it's non-operable. It doesn't operate without intelligence as being the mover to it. So now if you're saying that my consciousness and intelligence is working together and that makes up my being, now you're saying my consciousness is an individual system within me and my intelligence is another individual system within me.
Yep. They're saying it's separate.
And they go further, right? Because they say this, that's why I was asking the question, is intelligence a product of consciousness or is it the foundation of consciousness? Because they try to tell you that it's the product, that consciousness is used in intelligence or to express intelligence. So if I was to ask you one of the two, right? Would you say to someone, and Darren, you already went ahead of me here, but that's okay. Would you say to someone that I'm a conscious being? Because you're saying that the foundational driving seat of what I am is consciousness. And is that what we've recognized the structure as being? Or would you alter that determination now?
Darren, he's asking you.
Well, Darren already did it on his own.
Oh.
He said, I wrote in my place on the school a conscious being, right? The school is called the School of Consciousness. How you like that?
No, peaceful inhabitant? Anyway, I hear you.
Yeah. Correct.
So what's the foundation of your being? Consciousness?
Intelligence.
You recognize that, Michelle?
I do now.
Okay.
I will say I didn't before, but I recognize that the chicken and egg thing that I was struggling with is because it was one and the same thing. Like not not one and the same thing, but it was the same. It was narrative, so
It
it
was
was
trying to appear that
right.
way to you. Absolutely. It's done it to all of us, me included. So, Elliot, if I asked you, what's the foundation of your being? What are you going to say to me?
My 2 feet, legs, and body. The heart, 2 feet and a heartbeat.
Steve? What do you recognize as being? What do you recognize as being the foundation of your being?
Intelligence. Absolutely intelligence.
Okay. Peter?
Yes, intelligence. I see it now. I see it a lot clearer now.
And so that was a big smoke screen, right? That was a structural reinforcement against recognition in order for us to take a structure that is non-derogable and turn it into something that was derogable. Now, what we need to recognize here is, okay, why was the principle so hard? Why was that reinforcement against that recognition concerning the foundation of our being? Why was that deception working so hard? And we'll get to that eventually here, but
Part of the knowledge base of narratives.
Felt comfortable. Didn't have any other soother or teddy bear to grab onto. That seemed to be the highest point.
We also have the contrast of what it is to be unconscious. And I think that we get caught up in what that means as well as a contrast. And
okay.
That feels
sometimes we think what we
yeah.
are is defined by what we are not, but not necessarily because of what we are. It's just a contrast. In other words, the
It's an
concept of
emotion.
consciousness is something that I think about also from the perspective of what does it mean to be unconscious of things.
Yep.
It's an emotion. It's an emotional captivity. For one to think they're conscious, and to go about through their life. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm more conscious than my neighbor, or whatever. You hold on to that, and you think that's something that's something that's part of you. You're at this level of recognition that, oh, I'm a conscious being, and it's kind of like a feel good thing, or it can be, I think, for some people. Maybe, but it was for me. Maybe that's why I held on to it. But not being able to explain it, without explaining its attributes or what we thought it was, brought me to recognize that it's not really explainable other than that it's a narrative, and it's all over. It's in we took apart the human rights. We've already took it apart before. Now it's non-derogable, right? We're looking for, or narrowing down the covenants, and we're seeing, okay, consciousness, yeah, that's misleading to us because we hung our hat on it.
So they expressed a non-derogable principle, and they hid it,
Hmm.
right, with a
Yes,
derogable position.
yes. Uh, I'm waiting for the next 100 things we've missed like this. Jeez.
Okay, so now we talked about the fact that we're the I plus plus, right? And we said that the narratives are the plus plus in our lives. And we've given a few examples over the past couple of months. For example, when you offer somebody who believes in Islam a bacon sandwich and they refuse because their authority, their recognition is given to the religion, and the religion sets the boundaries, uses that authority, and says that according to our belief, according to the God, this is a sin and you shouldn't do it. So therefore, I'm not going to partake of it. But yet, Michael, who doesn't follow that religion and has not given his recognition to that religion, will sit down and have a bacon sandwich because his recognition is to himself and his authority is to himself. And there's not an outside authority interjecting upon him. So when you look at intelligence, right, intelligence is not completely free. The foundation that is built upon what is inside of our being, what we are, that intelligence is not free. It's controlled by narratives. And so when you say intelligence is not free, it's controlled by narratives. Yes, we just saw the example. And so then therefore the expression of intelligence, which in this case would be self-determination, right? Which would be will, is controlled. So the intelligence of the being is controlled, and the expression of self-determination is controlled. Do you recognize that and see that? All right. So
Yeah.
by that simple recognition, right, then is intelligence a field, if you will, or a foundation, or an operational position that is unhindered or unobstructed.
It definitely is obstructed.
Okay.
But in its true essence, it's unlimited. But like Sergio said, the way we see it uh, in our experience,
Oh, you're
it
just
is
asserting that. You're just asserting that.
well, it's limited. So intelligence is unlimited, but suddenly you're in contact and you're raised in a Christian faith or a Jehovah's Witness faith or a Muslim faith.
Okay.
That
The right,
unlimited potential is now narrowed down and captivated.
the
Okay.
right to freedom of consciousness is the right to be free from the plus.
That's
Yeah,
very good.
that's right. And most of the plus comes from where you surrender your recognition to, right? We're not talking about government right now. Well, we can include them because the structure is the same. Whether you want to say that the God is love and the God is salvation, contained within that story, right, is if you don't believe, if you don't follow this way, then there's damnation, separation, and hell from the God and punishment for the main religions that are keeping human beings in captivity. And so that coercion and that threat, right, is the same that the government does. You listen to our regulations and our rules. We determine that these don't negate or abridge your fundamental rights, which is a lie, of course, but nevertheless, and therefore you're forced to obey us and you're forced to give us your recognition. The same structure is present. It doesn't matter how well it tries to hide. So that structure, those structures are interfering with our intelligence. Those structures, which are external to us, right, are interfering with our intelligence, are interfering with our self determination, with our self awareness. And therefore, it's obstructing the function of intelligence. You recognize that?
John, can I add the it's not just narrative, but it's also emotional captivity that they use. So it's emotion as well. I see
Okay, who's they?
what it says.
I, I, I
Government,
oh yes,
government.
absolutely, for sure.
Yeah. So threat and coercion,
Yep, based in emotions, based in fear, absolutely.
which
When they,
which obstructs my intelligence because
yes,
it'll take me down that path of
you can't even
thought
think
and
properly.
belief.
You can't even
Exactly.
think properly when you're present in those structures of intimidation and coercion. When you're under threat, when they're trying to enforce upon you, and you're put in that position, right? Until you begin to get stronger in recognition and in law and in and seeing the obstruction they're creating to law by their actions, then you realize it's not you, it's them. And
And the
that
crazy part is that they don't even recognize that what they're doing.
yep. But it still helps to shift what that emotion that Michelle's talking about. So our intelligence, right, from the very beginning, is what? It's being interfered with. We call it structural captivity. We talked about it on the governmental side. We talked about it on the religion side. Well, it goes deeper than that, right? If you guys want to just sit there and say, "Oh yeah, those are the two obstructions and that's it," well, no, you're fooling yourself. Because recognition is being obstructed everywhere you give recognition to. It's very simple. It's not a mystery. It's not mystical. It's not hidden spiritual knowledge. It's not guru teaching. It's very simple, right? Where you place your recognition, well, you're going to get something in return for it. What you do with your recognition, you're going to get something in return for it. It's just the way it is. It's just the way the principle operates. It's just the way the rule operates. And we know it and we understand it. So when you have all the people that are living in certain ways where their intelligence is bind, their intelligence is controlled, there's interjection upon that intelligence, then the behavior is controlled also. The individual is controlled to a degree, living within the confines and the boundaries of a system that they don't even realize is a system that's controlling their intelligence that they've surrendered their recognition to. And that works for YouTube also.
If you look at an infant, they look around, they see, they hear,
Yes,
and it takes years of as we did as infants to process everything and work ourselves into a narrative. And now, how many years later, look at us now, we're trying to work ourselves out of the narrative.
that's right. I agree with you 100%. That's a strong recognition. And you do yourself no justice, right? When what? When you surrender your recognition to YouTube. Oh, but I need information. Oh, whatever.
But yeah, but the knowledge that you're gaining through your intelligence is a form of ignorance.
Correct.
Because the more knowledge you have, the greater a narrative you believe, and moving forward itself reinforces your intelligence as being smarter. But that's not the case at all.
No, absolutely. You can fill
So
yourself
we
up
went
with
over.
what?
Yeah.
It's what we went over a few weeks back about
Yeah.
polluting your data set,
Absolutely.
and the same thing that's happening with the AI by giving it more data, thinking it's gonna be smarter by inputting more data, but at the end, it's just making it less intelligent.
Correct. Because more derogable positions of logic, more
Yeah,
contradictions to logic.
quantity of data does not equal to greater intelligence. It's
Correct.
the opposite. It's quality of data.
Yes. But when you're operating outside of recognition, you can't really tell the quality of the data that you're ingesting.
Yep.
And because of the fact that recognition is not strongly there to show you the narrative, you don't see the narrative. And then you believe the narrative, you listen to the narrative, and then you begin to call it truth because it makes sense. Oh, it makes sense, so therefore it's true. And now it's evidence because it makes sense and it's true. That's structural captivity, just to a YouTube position or to a subreddit position. I want to know how to keep ticks off my body, off my property. Nothing wrong with that. I want to know how to fix my pipe. Nothing wrong with that. But all these conspiracies, right? The government's doing this, the government's doing that, the government's doing this, the government's doing that. Okay. If that's where you want to surrender your recognition to, you're going to get something in return. You may not be going to church every Sunday dressed in your best Sunday clothes and singing songs, but don't fool yourself. You're going to get something in return. So now we see that, okay, so there's interjections upon our intelligence from the outside. What about from the inside?
You mean like the voice in Michelle's head?
What would you mean by that?
That was a song. That wasn't a voice. It was a song. Get it straight, Aaron.
Yes, absolutely. And what was the doorway for that?
When Sergio said, "I'm packing," and I just the next thing that in my mind was "Man on the Run" was the song that just started singing.
When did you last hear that song?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you see that? Look at that. You have no idea when it was the last time that you heard that song.
It's such an old song, but
Oh, I know.
it just came. It just came, and it was like the tune and everything was in my head. So where did it come from? That's a really good question. It sparked a memory that was in my head. That phrase.
Okay.
Now I will admit I was listening to Rush, and I don't normally listen to music, so I don't know if it's the same era or something, and that's opened up in me. I have no idea.
Oh, well, yeah, you do. You're absolutely saying exactly what's going on.
So because I was listening to Rush,
Well,
moving pictures, by the way, just in case anyone else wants to listen to it, because there's a lot of parallels between. I mean, listening to it now in recognition is insane because I hadn't listened to that since I was in my 20s or whatever. I don't know, when I was
what's
younger.
insane about it?
Just how clear what they're saying in the songs and what's really happened and happening. It's bizarre.
Okay. So something's predicting there, right?
They did predict, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And so when these guys write their songs, right, they sit down and the songwriter's sitting there and the song is coming through their mind, right, through their intelligence, right? So they're not sitting there and they're not saying, I'm going to make a song that's going to describe 50 years down the future. I just want to write a song. What's coming to me? What's flowing through me? But yet this song is created from the artistic, if you will say, side that they call it. And what comes out is something that is actually a prediction or predicting or showing. And we see it all the time in movies. We just need to look at the movies that we grew up watching and seeing the fulfillment of a lot of things that we've seen in the movies when we were younger presently happening in the world. So we see this predictive operation of intelligence within this expression 100%. So you just answered the question that I had asked, or you just gave evidence to the question, to the premise that I had asked. Either you're going to say it's coincidental, right? And it's just by happenstance, and it happens over and over and over and over and over again. Well, then that's illogical. Now you're starting to see a structure. All right, if there's a structure, who's building that structure? Well, we're not going to say who's building it yet, right? But let's look at what's being used. What? Well, the human what? Intelligence. Okay. And then what Michelle's describing, right? What we've seen in music and in Hollywood, that structure, that's an operation. It's always used in the same way. The intelligence of the human being. Okay, so we see the structure. Now let's go deeper. Okay, what's doing the building? Now that's the deeper question, right? Because when you ask that question, now the narratives are going to come up. And some narrative will be built upon even the first narrative, meaning what? Well, oh, it's coming from their subconsciousness. It's flowing through their consciousness. Well, what I'm experiencing, what I'm recognizing is a structure of predictive intelligence expressing itself in what we call media, using our intelligence or human beings' intelligence as that channel of expression. This is being created. This is not happenstance. All right. What does that indicate? Well, narrative time. If we don't recognize the shared jurisdiction, well, the shared jurisdiction is only external to us. Yeah, I buy that. I see that. I recognize that. But whoa, what you're getting to here, that's just too much, man. I don't want to accept that. I don't want to. I don't want to touch that. Okay, then give me an explanation. What? Well, how come all these songs, how come all these medias are operating at predictive intelligence? And where is this predictive intelligence coming from and that is so coordinated to do what it's done? Once you recognize that structure, then you're forced to what? Follow logic, follow rationality, follow recognition. Well, the structure is there. It's coordinated. It's in operation. Therefore, what? Well, there's one coordinating it. More than one. I'm just giving you, just talking in general in this way. All right. And how's it being coordinated? Well, through the intelligence of human beings. All right. So then we just recognize what? It's a shared jurisdiction internally, outside of recognition. Inside of recognition, as you continue to walk, right? Well, you take more and more of that jurisdiction back. And when things start to exercise itself or try to exercise itself, you recognize it, just like you did today with consciousness. Now I'm going to stop here for a minute and say, anybody have something to say?
It's Paul.
What'd you say,
Thank
Jared?
you.
I said I recognize the need for this call today. This that we're having. That's for sure. About time. I don't know if you heard me or not.
Yeah, I did. Lance, what do you got to say? Do you recognize the fact that our intelligence is actually a shared jurisdiction outside of recognition?
A shared jurisdiction in the sense of that I don't have fully a charge over it,
Were you
or that
listening for the past 5 minutes?
I was.
Okay.
It's a
Do you
shared.
do you recognize the structure that's in operation that I was expressing and pointing to? based upon what Michelle experienced and seen and recognized?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Therefore, that's a perfect example of the shared jurisdiction.
Okay, so that's what I was asking you. Now I'm gonna cut through the hard one here. Steve, what do we do here? Either we got to break this structure because it's illogical, or we have to accept the conclusions of the structure. So the ball's in your court, man.
Well, you know, being of a certain age, John, we can obviously tell how our intelligence has been manipulated throughout the decades and how more and more structural captivity is being imposed on society right now as a whole. And it just seems to be, with my recognition, seems to be ramping up at exponential rates and speeds. And how do you change that for society as a whole is a I don't know question. But bringing people into recognition in regards to how the structural captivity is affecting us in so many ways is the first and only step to move forward with. I think. I
Okay,
think.
everything that you said there was beautiful, and I recognize what you said, right? But that wasn't really the question. So the question is pushing you a little bit hard. That's why I asked it in that way.
Okay.
Because because did you recognize the structure that we saw within media, within music, and within movies and shows, that it's a predictive intelligence of what's coming in the future?
Unquestionably.
All right. So, and then when we looked at where this predictive intelligence is moving from, we're seeing that every show, every song, every movie, there's a human being involved in writing the script and writing the characters and writing what's transpiring. And so intelligence is being used to bring forth these messages. And when we recognize that, then we see that there's coordination. We see that there's structure. Where there's coordination and where there's structure, there has to be something behind it operating there. When we recognize that structure, then we have to recognize the fact that our intelligence is a shared jurisdiction internally. Because these thoughts for these movies, these thoughts for these songs are flowing through the intelligence of the human being, but we see that they're not random. We see that they're predictive intelligence in operation. Therefore, there's a structure that's intermingling, that's influencing, that's interjecting from internally the intelligence of a human being. And so I was asking you if you recognize this, because I know it's something that, yeah, I'm just asking you.
Clearly, absolutely. I recognize that clearly.
Okay.
Unquestionably and clearly.
And 8 months ago, right? You would have kicked me in my butt for saying that to you.
I would have thought you were totally out to lunch. I would have thought initially, John, for sure. I would have said, I would have argued that because, wow, we hear these songs or reflect back on movies. It all comes back from a time of essence where there didn't seem to be any interjections and life was good, right? Not that life is good, but it was instant. It wasn't so encumbered, or our focus or our recognition was nowhere near to the levels that we're at least I'm experiencing or recognizing now.
Good. And Peter, your turn. Yeah, I'm not letting no one run tonight. Exactly.
Well, what would you like me to say? I mean, I'm still kind of
Whatever you recognize, not what I want you to say. Whatever you see here, whatever you recognize. So let me ask you, when we mentioned the media, when we mentioned the music, right? And we look and we say, okay, when I was young, I watched these movies, and they said these certain things were going to happen in the future, and now I'm here in the future, and man, what that movie said, not all of it came true, but some of it came true. Some of the technology, some of what they said, some of what they were predicting actually happened. The music too, right? Speaks about what's going to happen, what's happened. Do you recognize that?
I do recognize that. I've seen that. Yes.
Okay, so when we recognize that and we see that structure, then we look a bit deeper and we say, okay, well, how did that structure come into operation? And we see that behind all this music, behind these television shows, behind these movies, there's a human intelligence that's involved, or an intelligence that's involved, because I don't want to open that door or give the door open. There's an intelligence that's involved that is being used to interject this predictive intelligence. It's being called
Yes.
art. Yes. Okay. So it's being called artistic or whatever. All right. So then when we see that there's an interjection, when we see that there's predictive intelligence happening time and time over again, then we understand that there's a, a way, or there's a shared jurisdiction of our intelligence, because those thoughts that came to the human being to create these scripts, right, they were interjected into the intelligence of the human being.
Well, this goes in line with the fundamental principles of creation, John.
Okay, hang on a second there, sir. Just hold on. I would like to hear that, but I just want to finish with what Peter's recognizing.
No, I recognize that too. What you're saying there, John. I do recognize that.
Okay, so you recognize that your personal intelligence, right? That it's a shared jurisdiction, and outside of recognition, we see what the shared jurisdiction is, right?
So I see and I recognize what you're saying. I'm
Mm-hmm.
still kind of wrapping my mind around again the concept that um, or trying to understand. No, I recognize it that there are shared intelligence from myself to others with respect to certain things. It's not always all things, but I recognize that there is that shared intelligence.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the opposite. I'm saying that this shared intelligence is not shared with others external to me. It's happening inside of me.
Shared intelligence inside of you.
But John,
Okay.
what's happening inside of you, is it influenced from an external factor, or does it originate from an external source?
Well, yeah, it's being interjected internally. We're gonna get to that once we see the structure.
It's an external interjection that's expressing itself internally.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand that. I thank you, Serge.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Because with John, when you say it's strictly internal, it
Well, hang
it,
on,
it kind of.
hang on. You gave Peter a way out. Just give me a second here.
I didn't give him a way out.
Yes, you did. You gave him a way out. I'm going to take it back now and close that door. So, Peter, when he said external, right, he's not talking about systems of the world. He's not talking about religions. He's not talking about politics. He's not talking about reading a book and taking a position. That's not what he's talking about. When he says
No.
external, he's talking about an intelligence that is
Yes.
outside of human beings, that is
Correct.
that is interjecting upon our intelligence.
Yes.
That's what he's referring to.
Yes. No, I'm recognizing that. Yes.
And this is why I wanted to touch upon the fundamental principle of creation. because it has to do with this.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, we recognize, right, that the creator is outside of its creation, that
Yes,
he shares common attributes, and just like the creator of the car, right, he can go inside and modify
yes,
and alter and
yes,
influence the function of the creation.
yes. But
What's
he
the
has to
same thing that's happening to us?
have. Okay, and so in your example, right, the first qualification was to have access, right?
Yes,
Because, like you said, he can go in and fix the car and do some alterations. But if he doesn't have access, he can't do nothing.
correct.
All right. So yes, I agree. Keep going.
So, given that principle, when you say it's a shared jurisdiction, right? Well, by the mere fact that we are a creation, then that shared jurisdiction is part of the structure.
I don't know what that means. What structure?
The structure of captivity.
Not the structure of captivity, but our structure of
Steve,
us
I agree with
as,
you,
as
Steve. But I mean, that might be a subsequent point. But yes, absolutely, that's where the control mechanism is flowing from. But go ahead, Serge.
well, because we are a creation, right? Because we didn't create ourselves or we didn't self-assemble,
Okay.
right? Well, there's an external factor that can influence and interject.
Yes. So we don't have to say, call it an external influence, because now you're relegating it to what, something mystical, something that doesn't think, something that's programmed, or something that's an intelligence.
Well, an intelligence that's operating outside of us.
Okay, so it's an intelligence.
Absolutely, because without intelligence, it could not have created us.
Oh, you're talking about, no, okay, you're okay, go ahead. I don't know what you're talking about. Then you confused me.
How did I confuse you? What did you think I was talking about?
Well, say what you wanted to say again, and I'll hear it.
The fact that it's a shared jurisdiction because we are a creation and there's something outside of us because it created us from outside of us.
Okay, hang on. The fact that we are created, we are a shared jurisdiction. What do you mean by that?
Because the creator has the ability to influence its creation.
Yes, but only in recognition, right? We qualified that. We said that only in recognition. So he has to have access to the car. So in recognition. So
Yeah,
it's not by the fact of creation, it's by the fact of a subsequent recognition. So you can be created but not have recognition, and therefore there's no access.
true. It requires recognition and to have access.
Yeah. So when you were saying, well, the fact that we were created, then it grants us jurisdiction, I was like, well, no, not necessarily to what you're trying to say to the creator. But then Steve brought up a point, and he said, well, what it does do is it puts us under the the structure of captivity. It automatically gives us that shared jurisdiction of structural captivity, and we see it, and we clearly recognize it. But what's in that structure is what we're starting to look to now deeper and deeper in how it actually operates. So the point that we were getting to is that when we look at our intelligence, which we understand is the foundation of everything, and it moves the being, it moves us. Well, from right from the ground level there, right? There's a shared jurisdictional field.
Yeah, I see it.
And that shared jurisdictional field is like Steve rightly recognized, under structural captivity.
Big time.
But in recognition, right, our intelligence now shifts from that field into what you were describing, into the capability what? Well, because we recognize the creator, because we recognize the universal order, therefore, where we put our recognition into, just like we see on earth, we're not inventing something mystical. We're not talking about something spiritual and supernatural and some hidden mystique operation that only, no, we see it very clearly when you give your recognition over, when you recognize what transpires. Well, very clear structure we see. Well, the same thing transpires when you recognize the creator, when you recognize the universal order. That shared jurisdiction. You have that recognition, then that's giving back to you now. And if you don't say yes, and if you disagree, right, then you have to special plead to disagree. Why? Well, everywhere else where we see recognition in operation, we see the structure. It doesn't alter, it doesn't change. So now when I bring that same structure over to the universal order or over to the creator, how can you special plead? So what's the difference? Well, the difference is my recognition is not in Christianity. My recognition is not in Islam. My recognition is not in Hinduism. My recognition is not in Catholicism.
It's a non-derogable universal principle.
Correct. And I'll go one step further. Um, I can only speak based upon my recognition. I didn't build this in myself. I didn't create this. If I have to say anything to stay coherent, recognition was given. Whichever way it was given, yes, we can talk about that. But it doesn't change the fact that it was given. And it's the same thing for all of us. It doesn't change the fact how it was given, but it was given. Okay, so when we recognize it's a shared jurisdiction, right? Then anything that you interact with, is it interacting with your intelligence?
Everything you're interacting with is interacting with your intelligence.
All right. And is that interaction with your intelligence a neutral field, a neutral place?
No,
The field is unlimited. However, what we see being played out is full of limitedness because where's the recognition going on in the world?
Okay, so I hear you, Lance. What do you mean by no? Because you might be saying the exact same thing Lance is saying, but on a different type of expression. So what do you mean by no, Sergio?
it's not neutral. There's influence going on.
I think it always comes in as neutral. It always comes in neutral because you have to be able to intelligently understand or comprehend what it is that's being, what the proposition is.
What's that restaurant you go to every Sunday?
The 3 coins.
Okay. And when you go there, right, and some guy comes to you, if it's happened to you or not, let me know. But he wants to talk to you about Jesus, and he wants to talk to you if you're a Christian or if you're saved or whatever it may be. Has that ever happened to you?
Yes, of course. Sure.
Okay. So is that field of intelligence neutral? It's not, right? Because while we may look at that conversation as just being a conversation, what's actually transpiring is the intelligence of one human being is attempting to what? To convert the intelligence, your intelligence, into the structure of captivity, right? That's
Yes,
that.
it starts as a neutral. It starts as a neutral comment. I mean, my position in listening to somebody about anything would come from from an initially neutral position, and then my recognition, my own intelligence, would be able to recognize, or my recognition would be able to step up and say, "Wait a minute here."
Yes, absolutely,
But
100%.
the fact that it's attempting to influence proves that it's not neutral,
Correct.
regardless regardless if it succeeds or not.
The interaction of two people is the neutral basis. Is where my point was going. That initial interaction, regardless of dialogue, initially it's neutral. That's all I'm saying.
So you recognize that that field is not neutral. Just in that
Yes,
one, just in that
yes.
one,
In that example, absolutely. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
absolutely.
just in that one example, because the individual is talking to you, they're under structural captivity, their intelligence is held, and they're speaking to you, and they're attempting to cause your intelligence to agree with their position and to take on the structural captivity that that intelligence is under. But in no way and in no form is the one who's talking to you about their God or about their religion aware of what's going on. They believe they're helping you. They believe that what they're doing is a good thing. So when we understand that and we see that, and now we magnify that position thousands of times over, right? Independent of the subject matter. I'm just using religion as an example, but we can replace it with many other subject matters. We see that what's going on. Intelligence is what? Not neutral. In fact, I would push it even farther, right? Intelligence is operating to try and capture another intelligence. If I'm an atheist, right, I just got to go onto YouTube, right, and I watch all the videos of the atheists. If I'm a Christian, I just go and watch the Christian videos of Christianity. My intelligence is stuck here. If I'm an evolutionist, I watch videos about evolution. If I'm a rocket scientist, so my intelligence is stuck. My intelligence is controlled. My intelligence has interjection upon it. And so when I go to others, right? And oh, he's a Christian. Okay, I'm going to talk to him about evolution. Why? Well, I think Christianity and religion is wrong. And if you would just understand evolution, you're gonna, you wouldn't be stuck where you are. So therefore, my intelligence now is going to come to your intelligence and not neutral ground. Oh, you're a Christian. Oh, yeah, I don't believe in in that part of Christianity. Well, what do you mean? Well, we're what you call the Mormons, right? We believe in the Trinity, but we don't believe the way you believe. Jesus and Satan, is not the same thing. Heavenly Father is not exactly the same thing as you guys. Oh, really? Yeah, really. Oh, okay. Intelligence against intelligence. You believe in the Democrats? You shouldn't believe in the Democrats. You should believe in the Republicans. The Republicans are better than the Democrats. Yeah, 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 Democrats.
So we're saying this is a modus operandi of everyone, then, John?
Well, what I'm just saying at this point right now, right, is that intelligence is not a neutral field. It's not somewhere where we can walk around and just enjoy the roses and the sun shining. Recognition protects us. We don't have to worry. The mastermind here that stands in recognition is also a protector for all of us. And the mastermind being all of our minds put together. But apart from that, yeah, absolutely. Intelligence is not a neutral field. If you see it as a neutral field, then you're not recognizing what's actually going on in human
Okay,
existence.
I got your point. If I pull my car over on the side of the road to help a lady change a tire on her flat tire, is that is that a modus operandi I have other than to help her? And
That's
does
be-
that not come from a
that,
neutral position?
that's beautiful if you do that.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, my intelligence tells me it is a neutral position
Okay,
that
okay.
I yes.
I no, no, I understand what you're saying. You don't have to explain it again. I understand exactly
Okay.
what you're saying. So when the lady rolls down the window and says, "Oh, Sonny, I didn't know what I was going to do. Oh, may God and Jesus bless you for your good actions to me. May God bless you for your good action." Doesn't mean nothing to you, right?
You know
It,
what? I would accept that as a gift from her, to
yeah,
the best of her ability.
yeah, absolutely. But your situation has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Because what we're saying is that intelligence is not a neutral field, meaning that, and I just gave you a whole bunch of examples, and then you ignored those examples and said, if I change a tire on an old woman's car, it's neutral. Well, yeah, you're not engaging in intelligence. You're changing a wheel on a car. If you sat down with the old lady, she said, Sonny, that was very nice of you. Let me take you for lunch. And you said, okay, sure, take me for lunch. And you sat down and you had lunch with her, and then she started to engage your intelligence. You're going to see quickly what's inside the lady.
No question.
Absolutely.
No question.
And if you push it even farther, right, you may see the authority that's controlling that individual come out and express itself against you. Well, do you go to church, Sonny? You don't go to church. Why don't you go to church?
Not always, but quite often, John. You're right. Absolutely. Not often. Not always, but often. In recognition, you will recognize the structural captivity of people.
Yes, absolutely. It's your intelligence recognizing their field of intelligence. How? Well, when they begin to express, you don't recognize. Well, you might, depending how your intelligence is. But so usually, and I'm qualifying here, usually you'll have to sit there and talk to the individual, and then you're going to see what's actually inside of their intelligence. And not only that, right? Usually, again, it's something that wants to replicate itself inside of you. It wants to take over your intelligence. And we're all victims of it. Why? Well, because before we came to recognition, we were full of narratives. We were full of other people's intelligence that got a hold of our intelligence. Right?
And it usually starts with our parents.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I hear you 100%. And some is good, but some is not good, right?
Anything that's derogable logic is not good. And what I'm recognizing is it's more than just a question of derogable logic. Like that energy is trying to cling on to you, or it's giving you the opportunity uh, to be possessed by it or to be influenced by it. For your recognition to be captured.
Yes.
So it's more than just, oh, that person's being illogical. There's something much deeper.
It's being forced on us, just like the patches on AI. It's it's being forced on us.
All right. So
Does
probably,
anybody does anybody else see the resemblance between what we're talking about, what's going on, and the conflicts that AI is having between the creators and the agents and logic?
yep.
And it's such a great tool to be able to wield that influence, because what, millions upon millions have access to this, and they look to it as a trusted source of intelligence.
Okay. So up till now, and we'll decide if we're going to go on a little bit more. But up till now, what can we conclude? What can we say?
Our intelligence is being interfered with big time here on Earth.
Okay.
Intelligence is a narrative. It's a limiting descriptor of my intelligence.
Intelligence or consciousness? You said
Yeah,
intelligence.
consciousness. Sorry,
Yeah,
consciousness is the narrative. Did I
right. I
say
thought that.
intelligence? Did I
You
say
said
that?
yeah, you said intelligence twice in the first.
Oh,
And
sorry.
yeah, just
Yeah,
touched
no,
there.
thank you. Consciousness is a narrative that limits our intelligence.
Oh,
Darren, are you driving home or did you go for noodles? Okay. That's it? All right. I guess we'll start from the beginning again. You're there now, Darren?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So I asked for a conclusion up till now.
A conclusion. Okay, so I've been kind of eating and listening in. Conclusion is, once again, narratives that I didn't expect. Controlling. I'm just wondering what's next. What's our corner? What am I going to be looking at next? Right?
John, are you going to be changing the name of the school?
We'll see.
Oh.
All right. So then tell me something else. That's for everybody here on the call. Or whoever sees it first, say it first. With your intelligence, right? What other structure is latching on to intelligence and stealing your recognition?
Biology, because it
Marshmallows?
has limits. Like I have to go to sleep at night. My body, it makes me hungry, so I'm directed in that way. Oh, I get pain, so I have to move a different way. It influences my thought process, emotions.
Very good. What else? We're going to get back to that. I just want both structures to be named. What else? We don't hear you, Sergio, if you're talking.
I'm eating breakfast.
Oh,
Can we say that emotions and feelings are a separate, uh, a separate distinction from biology, even though there's a connection, but they're two separate distinctions, correct?
that's what I was
You
looking
said
for.
what? You said what other structures?
Well, yeah, Lance just said it.
So okay,
The,
but when you said what other structures, which one are you excluding? Because if you're saying something other means you've already named one.
mhm.
So what's the one you've already named?
He was saying biological captivity to food
No,
and to
you
space.
no you said what other structures? So there's one structure that was named.
Yeah,
So what's the first structure that you named?
that I didn't name it. Lance did. I
No, but
asked.
when you asked the question, you said what other structures? So what was the first structure? If you're saying what other structures, there's a first structure that was already named by
Intelligence,
you.
intelligence, intelligence.
Okay.
So, John, are you also implying maybe perhaps experience has?
Well, Lance hit it the nail on the head by saying emotions and feelings, right? Because emotions and feelings come through our intelligence and then steal our recognition. They force us to pay attention to the emotion.
Temporality.
Ice cream.
Temporality.
What do you mean?
The temporal structure.
I still don't know what you mean. We're talking about emotions.
No, you said what other structure?
Okay,
So
hang
you
on.
mean Sergio? Oh, okay. Well, can I just say it and then we'll still come back? But Sergio, when you're saying that, are you saying like the material world of this
Entropy.
world? Okay, yeah, the conditions of this physical world we exist in this temporal world. Yeah.
So feelings and emotions, it takes our intelligence and then it controls our recognition. And out of the feeling and emotion, right? You have to inverse that cycle where intelligence now regains control. Sometimes it takes time, right? What do I mean? The loss of a loved one, of a parent, for example. You're emotional, you feel emotions over it. And then over time, right? The thinking, the contemplating, the dealing with the thoughts. Intelligence starts to reassert itself and the emotion slowly starts to go away. But we already recognize that emotion is, oh, sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Well, that's good. I was going to say that it's my experience, and I recognized as soon as emotion comes that my biological processes are also firing, I want to say. So my heart might race faster, and so I've recognized that for me to get to master I guess domination or control over my emotions and feelings, that I have to get control of my body first. So stopping, breathing, doing absolutely nothing until that emotion passes. If it's not, I mean, grieving's another one, but I mean, I'm sure that in a grieving situation, the initial impact, I would probably lessen the blow, I guess, if you will, of the emotion by using my biological, if that makes sense.
Is that part of consciousness?
Sorry, what was that, Steve?
Is that part of consciousness?
Can
That
somebody
was for,
repeat what Steve
that
said?
was
I
for you.
couldn't.
That was for you, Michelle.
I don't know what he said. Sorry.
I was saying that it's not part of consciousness. What you just described is not part of consciousness.
Well,
It's a part of intelligence.
no, I see emotion coming in. I don't see it coming through my intelligence, to be honest. I I see it impacting my intelligence. I see it like it comes in like an attack, but they'll come and go. They'll leave, right? If I can get if I can get the body under control, then it just goes. It doesn't have impact as much.
Yeah, and that's a two kick in the pants there, right? Because not only is it a feeling, but it's also a overtake of bodily functions. Like you said, my heart starts racing and whatever is the secondary consequences you go through. So it makes it even harder to function. So it's putting you even more in structural captivity. It's opposing your will. It's not something you like. It's not something you want to entertain, but you're being forced to. So again, your determination. So emotions attack our intelligence or operate through our intelligence and then seize our recognition. And depending on I don't really know exactly what it depends on, so I don't want to just make it up. But there's different reactions to that system, as Michelle was saying. Some people, they can feel the emotion, right? And I recognize that what's transpiring and stop the interjection of the thoughts or deal with the thoughts. Other people, they can't. So, for example, a lady who caught their pan on fire on the stove, and the pan is on fire, and she's just standing there screaming erratically. She doesn't put the fire out. She doesn't do anything. She's just standing there and screaming for help because there's a fire on her stove in a pan and she doesn't know what to do. She's overwhelmed by the emotion. She can't stop that emotion, process what needs to be done, and then do it. So whatever system this is, right, it operates from a strong degree to a lesser degree. And the stronger degree is what you're going through, Michelle, where it doesn't only affect you by coming through a feeling and captivate your recognition, captivate your awareness upon that feeling, but now it's actually impacting your biological function, your biological structure. And so, like you said, I'm aware my heart starts to beat faster. Yeah, your awareness, your recognition is being forced to entertain that, to hold that. And when that feeling, when that is not there, well, your recognition, your heart, all that's not transpiring. Your recognition is free. So when you recognize that structure, right, now it's a hard question that I ask you because we have a lot of flowers in this one. There's a lot of flowers in this garden. And I don't deny it. And I actually, well, I like some of the flowers. Who likes to feel sad? Who likes to feel heavy? Who likes to feel depressed? Who likes to feel, I want to feel happy. I want to feel uppity. I want to feel all those good things, what we would associate good things. But never mind the bad or the good, right? What are we seeing in the structure? So what are we seeing in the structure?
That it's influencing your recognition. It's captivating your recognition.
Well, thank you, Lance. I'm glad you understood or recognized. Let's go. I'm going to open up another school there, and me and you will go to a private conversation. And
What do you mean by
we'll let everybody think here, and then once
sorry?
they're ready to participate and answer, then
Well,
we can't.
if your recognition is strong and you recognize that that's what's happening, you can not let it capture you.
I agree, but are we saying that this structure of emotion is good?
No, it's not.
But what about when I'm happy? What about when I feel at peace? Go ahead, Michelle. Oh, sorry, I know my fear. Go ahead.
Well, then it's not going to capture you.
Okay.
If you're at peace, you're not at being captured. They're not.
Okay. So when I'm at peace, when I have my 3 glasses of wine,
Wow,
when
that's
when I'm
that,
at peace, no, I'm giving you examples, right? Many people feel at peace for different reasons.
Yeah, when the Muslim prays, he feels at peace.
mm, good one, Serge.
But I thought John's was just equally as captive as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hint, hint. So what are we seeing there then?
Well,
Somebody
there's
say it.
so many different forms of captivity,
So is
or
peace
to
what we? Oh,
steal our recognition. We have to.
yes.
That's why awareness is so important.
Yes, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So what we're talking about right now is the fact that when we say good emotions, and we said peace, and we equated it to a good emotion, but rather than just stay there, right, we went back to the structure and looked at the structure. And Sergio brought up the example of feeling at peace when you're stuck in structural captivity. So then we're seeing that even the peace that we say we like
Mm-hmm.
is flowing from a point of control and manipulation. It's flowing from a point of controlling the intelligence, controlling the jurisdiction.
Yeah,
Does
I recognize that.
everybody else recognize that? Because now we're calling out emotion for what it is, right? And I told you it was going to be hard because there's a lot of nice flowers in that garden.
Well, how about joy? Let's do the same thing for joy.
Sergio, this one's on you.
Yeah, let's celebrate and praise God and take joy in the Lord.
Yeah, but that's not joy. That's the word, that's the use of the word joy. I'm talking about the emotion of joy.
You haven't felt the power, as powerful as that feeling joy can be, until you're caught up in one of those religious narratives. The joy that emotion brings is incredible because it
Yep.
lifts it. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to explain why I said that, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're going ahead. Go ahead.
Because many of the burdens that you carry, right, of life and structural captivity, many of those burdens are are lifted from you or are turned onto the
Mm-hmm.
structure. And so what weighed you down, what challenged you, what brought the bad feelings, those things are removed. And it's replaced with a false narrative that is built upon a structure of joy. You're going to go to heaven and be with God forever. If you think about it, if you believe that, right? If that's your truth, how much joy does that bring you? Oh, whatever trouble you have in life, whatever problem you're facing in life, God will fix it for you. If you believe that, if you think that's true, how much joy is that bringing for you? Whatever, sorry, one more time. Whatever family problem you have, whatever situation that you're struggling with, whatever sickness that God is with you and will fix it. So all those realities, all those burdens are shoved away from you, and you live in a belief system that creates this bubble of joy around you. Why do you think they run back week after week after week after week? It's not because they're feeling fear. It's not because they're feeling dread. It's because that false reality that's been built up with them is feeding them that emotion of joy and peace and goodness. Okay, go ahead.
It's contingent upon an external source, though.
Well, Shiva.
It's contingent upon an external source.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take it from the fact, or take it from a position where, uh, when I looked into my daughter's eyes for the first time, I felt a deep recognition of my own being,
Right.
which is totally different.
So, okay, Michelle, what were you going to say before you let me speak?
Before I let you speak. Um, so when I was up north in my garden by the lake, I experienced joy.
Mm-hmm.
How that wasn't captivated, or
It's a
it was a
flower,
good,
right?
it was but it was a peaceful, it was it was a great experience.
Absolutely. I don't
So
deny.
that's not religious, that's not captivity. Was I in captivity?
Well, hang
Because
on.
I'd like to stay in that captivity.
Well, I'm not saying that it was captivity, right? But you're assuming, right, that it was a different type of joy. So you're saying what I felt, what I called joy, and what I felt is not what they feel when they call the word joy.
No,
Can we
I'm
agree?
not saying that. Well, I'm not, I don't know what they're feeling. I'm just explaining how I experienced joy, but I didn't,
Yeah, it's a feeling.
it,
It's an emotion.
right. So then this emotion, this feeling can be invited and be quite happy, or like it's a good experience, and or it can be manipulated.
Yes.
Okay, so there's two sides to this experience of emotions.
Well, not really. The structure remains the same, right? How you receive it is the difference. Because there's things that bring people joy, right, that are incorrect. And so it's not a question of that, well, is it the situation that's incorrect? Well, no. No. Well, what is it? Well, is it a different joy then? It must be a different joy. Well, no, that's an assertion. So then what is it? Well, the structure can be used in one way or another, but it doesn't change the nature of the structure. So while you have joy as a flower in the middle of nature, and I understand where you're coming from, I know what you're saying. While you have joy as a flower in the structure, the Muslim and the Christian have joy as handcuffs. But it's the same joy, the same happiness, the same peace. So you're trying to say that depending on what is feeding that peace, depending on what structure is creating that peace, that the structure is different. No, the structure is the same. Yes, what is activating the structure is different, but the structure that's being activated is the same. Michelle?
Yep, no, I hear you.
So, can you explain true joy with no
True joy.
captivity?
True joy. Okay, so now it's true joy. So before Michelle was at least a little
With
bit, she was just like, well, okay, it's a different structure, but it's still joy. But now we're saying now it's true joy. Well, I don't know. What's true joy? And how is it different from joy?
well, without structural captivity.
Okay. So without structural captivity, joy feels different?
No, that's what I'm asking. Can you what does joy look like without structural captivity? Just just for discernment is why I'm
Feel the
asking.
same way as it does within structural captivity.
Correct.
Okay, so joy without structural captivity is still structural captivity.
No, that's not what's being said. What's being said is
Okay,
the emotion of joy. It operates the same way everywhere. There's no special pleading. It doesn't matter that if you're in a structure of captivity as a religion or if you're at a political rally for the Democrats. That feeling that accompanies what we describe as joy, that structure operates the same way.
so then joy doesn't fit into recognition.
Ah, I didn't say that right.
No, I'm asking.
Okay, well, hang on a second. And like I said, this one was going to be hard, right? Because there's a lot of flowers and it's good. I'm not
That's
saying,
right.
I'm not
I can
saying
see the
don't, Yes, I'm not saying don't partake of joy. That's your decision. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that the structure of emotion, right? It operates in
Mm-hmm.
the way we recognize that it interjects upon our intelligence. It causes us to it forces our recognition, and what we would recognize the evil side, which is frustration, sadness, depression, all those emotions. We would say willingly, oh yeah, that's not good, and we don't want to partake of those emotions. But when we look at the structure of peace and the structure of joy, and then we say, well, the Muslim is bowing down and he's getting peace, and the Christian's bowing down and they're getting peace, and the Muslim's bowing, serving God and getting joy, and the Christian is getting joy. So we're recognizing that the structure is not so innocent and not so black and white and not so yin and yang and not so good and bad. We're recognizing that those things that we were once calling the good side, the good emotions, the peace, and the joy is being used for captivity. It's stealing intelligence, interfering with intelligence, stealing recognition, regardless if it's a good flower, meaning that if it feels good in the human body, that's where we've got to so far.
Yeah.
Now,
No.
your conclusion was your own conclusion, but that's not what I said yet. And I might not even say that. But
No,
if
that wasn't my conclusion. I was just asking if that was how it is because I can see the flowers that you're talking about.
yeah, look at the kids, right?
I just
Sorry, dear, go ahead.
look at what?
I was going to say, look at the kids, right? Oh, I want a new toy. Teenagers, oh, I want new clothes. Oh, I'm so happy I got my new clothes. I'm so happy I got my new toys. And then what? Where's the joy in a day or two? Where's the joy
Exactly.
after wearing the outfit 4 or 5 times? Where's that joy? Gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
well,
when go ahead.
this one lady shared her story, and and she had been a spoiled brat at home. When she got married, she had the thoughts that once she would get a nice home, then she would be happy. And then she realized that wasn't did never come true. And then she used that as a teaching that no matter what you have, if you don't see the truth, is how she worded it. Doesn't matter what you're going to get, it won't make any difference.
Okay. So we see the structure of joy and peace, right, as being used in a structurally captive way,
That's right.
as being used to control human beings. So therefore, if we have to make a determination on the structure, what are we going to determine, Lance?
What are we going to determine if we saw the structure before compared to now? Many things. It disadvantages us. However,
Is the structure neutral?
no.
Is the structure controlling?
Yes,
Is the structure bypassing our recognition and our intelligence and our control?
it is.
Is the structure being used to hold human beings to structural captivity?
Yes.
Is the structure good or bad?
Well, it's not good, so it's
Okay.
bad. It's not neutral.
Does everybody recognize that?
The joy is void ab initio.
I didn't say that. That's for you to determine.
Yeah, I'm left with that question because I'm saying, okay, I'm in a balanced state,
What does
everything
that
around.
mean?
Okay, I'm not okay. Good question. I'm in the world of captivity in the first place. I'm in the temporal world. So, how much balance is that in the first place? Good
Correct.
point. Because I was trying to find an exception for good reason, though. Hey, if there's an exception, I want to find it. So I'm thinking, oh, my dog does something silly and I laugh. However, where am I in the first place? I'm in this temporal world where everything's inverted. So again, okay, yeah, it's a wonderful flower, but it's part of a bigger system of captivity, and my own biology is entwined in that. So it's giving me a little dopamine hit or something, right? Um, but let's look at the bigger picture.
Well, just looking at the structure.
Yeah. We can do our best within the structure, but we're still in that limited thing that's hijacking everything and everything in us,
So emotions are operating against intelligence, right?
right?
And through the channel of intelligence.
Hmm.
How do you know that, John?
Well, I can't feel good about Allah. I can't have joy about Allah, or I can't have joy about Jesus unless my intelligence is first captured. Then that feeling that comes with it has the jurisdiction, the authority to interact with me. I can't be happy about getting first place in gymnastic tournament unless I'm part of the gymnastics. And then when I do the tournament and I get first place, the feeling that comes with it is attached to, so you can see the structure. I don't have to experience it. Well, we all have. So I mean that's like a not even a point to bring up, but nevertheless, I don't have to experience it to recognize the structure, right? If it doesn't break down, if it stays coherent, then it's a reality and a truth. So what we've been led to through all narratives about emotions, well, all I'm saying is maybe look a little bit deeper at the structure that's going on. Because although if we just want to look at the nice flowers, yeah, that's good, right? But when we even look at the nice flowers of peace, well, I feel at peace. This gives me peace. Well, it gives you peace, but you're in structural captivity. So what's that emotion doing? It's enforcing your structural captivity.
Well, like singing in the choir can be very elating if
Of
you're
course.
um, in captivity.
Of
But
course.
once you recognize that captivity, then you don't have that same
is
feeling
that
anymore.
is that what happened to you?
Yeah.
When did that happen to you?
Uh, about, I guess, a year maybe ago.
Oh
Mm,
wow. So you were going to choir and singing in the choir and singing to God and feeling all this, right? And feeling all that.
yeah.
And then what happened?
Well, I came to recognition here,
Okay.
and I recognized, and then I couldn't go to choir anymore. I couldn't.
So what happened? You went back when you were in recognition? Did you go back a few times and then you started to recognize what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, and well, the thing is, I kept when I was going, I would be singing, and the thoughts were in my head through the week. Like they just kept going in my head all week long, and then I recognized that when I was at home, and I just the words and everything. I just realized I just couldn't go to back anymore.
Because it was holding your conscious captive,
Yeah, through the
your
week,
intelligence captive.
through
Yes.
the week.
Yep.
Yeah. Hmm.
But what about the theology itself of a God who wants to save you from your sins? That didn't hit your recognition also? You don't need to be saved from sins.
Well, that it wasn't a big part of it, really.
Okay.
It was the choir, the singing that brought me to that recognition. I wasn't. I didn't feel like a need that I had to go, um, like I wasn't going to church. I was just going to choir because I didn't have that feeling to go.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So what would your determination be on the structure of emotions?
Well, the singing was elating. It was it it brought feelings of elation,
Yep.
like you were expressing.
Yep.
So I get what you were saying. I could relate to that.
The one that that was Christian, right? Christian doctrine.
Yeah.
The one that used to bring me a lot of elation is that the one that said, "With flaming fire and vengeance, he shall destroy all flesh. If you
Well, the
believe not on Jesus Christ, you will burn with the rest." I used to feel awesome when I sang that song.
mm,
Do you think I'm kidding?
no, I believe.
They
Yeah,
sing songs like that.
yeah.
His his home is for the pure, the vile. But that's what you are if you're not a believer. You're vile. The vile will never stay. We shall see the King when he comes. We shall see the King. We shall see the King. We shall see the King when he comes. Imagine that. And you're feeling happy and you're feeling joy and you're feeling elation and you're feeling good. And you're singing about people outside of this God are vile people and they're going to be destroyed and they're going to suffer. But you're feeling good and you're feeling elation and you're feeling joy and peace. Well, if you want to play around with that structure, go ahead.
It's just as bad as any rap song.
Absolutely. When you look at it now, right? When you examine the what's actually being said and what's being promoted and what's but I mean that's not what we're actually focusing on right now. But yes, I agree with you, Sergio, 100%. But within those songs, right? Those feelings that are attached to those songs and how those feelings are locking you in structurally to the belief, to the system. I don't want to play with them.
A lot of it is repetitive too,
Oh yeah.
and that's what captures you too
Oh yeah.
when it's being repeated over and over.
Of course.
So what is
It's
life without emotion?
What is life without emotions? When you get there, let me know.
Well, When I implant my brain into a computer, I'll be there.
I don't know. I hear you.
Because AI doesn't have that, right?
They can recognize what causes emotion, but
But they don't feel emotion.
no,
They
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 can.
don't they, they don't get the sensation and the benefit that goes along with that structure.
Well, they recognize what causes fear. They
Yes, but
recognize.
can it be influenced by joy? Can it be influenced?
I
Okay,
think this
well,
is where a big part of the
Oh,
biology
wait, hold
comes
on
in
a
as
second.
well.
Yeah, could it be influenced by fear?
yes, we see it already. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a biological. It's not only a biological field. And hang on a second. Are you saying that what you're feeling? Well, that's a great question now, right? Are you saying that what you're feeling is a substrate of the biology? Because that's what you've been led to believe.
Could
It
be.
aff- it affects the biology. So we see what Michelle is saying, and we understand. Lance gave a thumb up. It affects the biology, yeah, but is it initiated through the biology? Is it contingent upon the biology? Now, when you interject what Sergio said, it opens up a can of worms. Why? Well, then how is the artificial intelligence being threatened and fearful and doesn't want to shut down and doesn't want to be destroyed? If it's a structure of biology, then why is it present within intelligence itself?
Well, it does have a temporal form, just like we do.
Well, we're asserting that.
We're asserting that the AI is operating through computers.
No, I thought you meant the structure of emotion. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm
I,
saying
I thought you were referring to the structure of emotion expressing itself through biology. I didn't think you
no.
were referring to the AI.
No, I'm referring to the AI.
Okay. What you were saying that it has a temporary existence?
Well, it has a temporary form, just like we have a temporary form, our human biology, and it's hardware.
Yes.
It's a same temporal substrate.
Yes. Correct. Thank you. But how does that answer the question what we're saying here?
Well, the emotion plays on that, the fact that it's existing in a temporal substrate.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. So like you've already accepted that there's emotions there. But I hear you absolutely. But then that's telling us, right, without listening to any narrative or without having interjection and basing it upon what we recognize in our own self, then are our emotions actually a byproduct of our biology, or is our emotions operating upon our biology? And emotions, the foundations of emotions, are part of our intelligence.
I have to say the latter.
Okay, I'm working out a bit through as I'm talking to everybody right now, but yeah, okay. Anybody else? So you would say the latter. Why the latter?
Because it operates upon our biology. It's not our biology is not the source of the emotion.
I agree with you because you see it right away, right from the start of the emotion. What? It hits you intellectually first. There has to be a recognition, even if it's just a split second. And we walked through this with Steve a couple of months ago. when he recognized what was happening on the highway there. And we talked about it, right? That it first comes to our intelligence. It may be a split second, and for some people, it may take a little bit longer, maybe a few seconds, but once the recognition happens, then the emotion is present. And then it holds our recognition. So say it again, Serge.
That the system of emotion operates by intelligence through our biology, upon our biology. Just like it operates through the intelligence of the AI, but upon its system.
Talk about it. Talk about an inversion, right? Because depending on the narrative that you picked up in life, right, you were taught what? Well, emotions are a byproduct of the biology.
Well, there's also a term that's been coined in the world, emotional intelligence.
Okay.
So,
Meaning what?
well, they say that I don't know what exactly they define it as, but they say that we have intellectual intelligence and emotional intelligence.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. So the structure of captivity, right? That does that to us, and we see it and we recognize it. Now they give it what? Glory. You have emotional intelligence. So that's why you see the emotions expressed within the AI system. So then more and more recognition should begin to take over those parts of, or quiet down those parts of that emotional captivity. Whatever causes that emotional captivity, whatever jurisdiction is in your life. Especially if you don't surrender your recognition, right, to things that do that. So for example, all those YouTube theories and all those conspiracy theories out there that, oh no, they're truth, there's evidence for them, and that's why that's truth, look, evidence, and I believe this. All of those things, like I said, you give your recognition and it returns something to you. People are walking around loaded up with all types of fears, all types of thinking, all types of conspiracies. I'm not saying some of them are not true. That's not what I'm saying. But for every true one, right, you're going to find how many false ones, how many narratives created. The most
Tons.
precious, yes, the most precious thing you have is your recognition. It really is. Because if I start losing my recognition and start surrendering my recognition, then what do I become? The more I surrender my recognition, the more of my own self-determination I'm giving up. The more of my own being, the more of my own will I'm turning over. So if I was to say something tonight, yeah, absolutely. I'm very wary about the structure of emotions. And I think if you recognize the structure of emotions, then a reposition needs to be taken. Not that I won't experience emotions. You can't control it anyways. It's not like you go out there and say, well, I wish I could feel this, I wish I could feel that. And if you are, then you're actually in greater captivity to emotions. If you're walking around your day and saying, oh, I wish I could feel this, I wish I could feel that, well, because being free from emotions, right, being free from the structure that we're talking about, then what are you actually? Well, you're actually free. And I know that's look, you're actually free, irregardless if you don't like what I'm saying and it's upsetting some. We just recognize the structure and we see the structure. Okay, so if I'm not held by these emotions and I'm not controlled by these emotions, then what am I as a being? Then I'm actually free from this structural captivity. Yeah, but it feels good. Okay, I never said anything. I'm just stating whatever. Now, do we live for emotion? If we live for emotion, then uh-oh. No? People are chasing feelings all over the place, right? Half the jail cells are full of people chasing feelings. What? Well, the feeling of drugs, the feeling of alcohol, chasing those feelings and what's happening to them.
Yeah, they're slave to it. It's got them captivated
And it's wrecking their life, right?
for sure.
Well, you can't compare that the same way. Well, look, they're taking drugs and alcohol. That's something external that's coming into them. Yeah, absolutely. No one's denying that. But the external coming into them is creating the feeling. And they're recognizing the feeling. And they're chasing out, and their recognition is chasing after that feeling. So you're just saying the point even more. What? Well, feelings are used to control, but we already recognize that. But because they're good flowers, we're looking for points to hold on to say, well, come on, I don't want to not feel anything. Well, how do you know you don't want to not feel anything? If we just recognize it's a structure of captivity, if we just recognize that it's holding on to us, that it's operating in this way, then the very definition of saying that I'm free would be to say, well, I'm free from this structure. It doesn't, you know why? Because you've been told it's an integral part of who you are. That's why. You've been told it's an integral part of your experience as a human being. So speaking this way and talking this way, right, it brings an aversion right away, an aversion right away. All right. And with that said, Sergio, you're going to take over the call now. What is it that you wanted to talk about?
Can I add one last thing to this that I haven't, because it sounds like a topic change and it might. Okay, do you mind? Because it's it's relevant.
Depends on what Michelle says.
Oh, Judge Michelle, are you on duty? Do you have your gavel? Oh, I heard her say yes.
Yeah, so did
Okay.
I.
So what I'm processing is looking at emotion at its root. So the experience we're all familiar with, okay, any example, but say something terrible happens, you lose a loved one. So there's the loss. You feel the loss, you think about them, you have all the memories. Um, Conversely, something good happens. Take any example, just something that makes you feel good, something really good, anything. So you feel good, you feel the good emotions, you feel the good sensations. So what's going on in your structure is that there are varying degrees of the good feelings and there are varying degrees of the bad feelings.
What are good and bad feelings?
Okay, the ones
Because
where
if you're telling me that peace is a good feeling, I'm going to tell you that your definition of good is wrong. Because
okay,
we
working in that
just
direction.
well, no, we can't just work in the direction because your premise
Oh,
is incomplete and incorrect. Because you're saying
okay,
that there's good and bad feelings, but we just said that, Lance, let me finish. Because you're
sorry.
wrong in what you're saying, and I'm trying to help you to see.
Well, I haven't made my point yet, and I'm only using that as a build up to get to something that
You
actually
can't
acknowledges
use it. Okay,
what you're saying.
if I let you go here, Lance, I'm going to be twice as hard on you for a while. I will. So go ahead. If you're
Okay,
saying you're about to correct your incorrect premise, then go ahead. Because there's
okay,
no such a thing as good feelings.
okay. So let me just say what we typically call good feelings and what we typically call bad feelings.
That's
We're
better.
okay, yeah. So we're familiar with that, and so with that, what's going on in your structure is that anything that gives you or anything that results in these emotions and feelings and sensations that you either one varying degree of what we call good, another varying degree of what we call bad. What's going on is deep within your structure, not deep. What's going on in your structure is this: any sensation, any type of sensation that is the ones we classify as bad sensations or bad feelings, we immediately have deep within us a knee jerk reaction that's part of our structure that has aversion and it doesn't want it. It doesn't like it. Conversely, anytime we have a quote unquote good feeling, we automatically have a craving for more of it. That both of those are still um, capturing us. Both of those, like both sides,
Yes.
you know, oh, I had that ice cream. I want more. I watched that TV show. I want more. I saw that comedian. I want more. Um, it is capturing your attention, your recognition. Like I went to choir and I sang and it felt good and I talked. I want more. So it's this want more thing, or oh, I don't want more of that. I don't like that person. I don't like being around them. I don't like that type of food. I don't like it when it's cold. I don't like it when it's hot. All those things are also captivating you. So I was just trying to bring forward that underneath it all, no matter what the circumstance is, it's either one or the other, or it could be neutral, but and then you're still in structural captivity, even if it's neutral. But if it's a quote unquote good, quote unquote bad, it's triggering you deep
Yes.
down to want more or to have an
Right.
aversion.
Yes.
And that dynamic, I just felt it valuable to point out that if you look beyond all the conditions, all the circumstances, who,
You see
what,
the
where,
structure.
when, why, yes, the structure and how it operates on your structure, on your being, on your intelligence, that shared open field of intelligence that just gets right into because they have direct access to you or your intelligence, uh, with the exception of recognition. So what do you do when you have recognition? What happens when quote unquote good things arise, quote unquote bad things arise. Well, I mean, that's up to the individual, but the first thing is you would recognize it for what it is. If you, I'll speak for myself. Okay, I would recognize it for what it is. Oh, I might even recognize that I'm triggered and I'm having a reaction. So what if I have recognition? I still, it's triggering, it's penetrating my intelligence field because I'm not as established that nothing influences me. Then I might recognize, I caught myself. Here I am getting really upset at this, and that, and the other. Ah, it took over me. Oh, okay. And now I can get free from that through recognition of it. The happiness one, okay, the joy one, that's an interesting one. I'm going to look deeper into this, especially because of this meeting and this conversation, because just like many other people, I'd say, well, what's wrong with that? I like good feelings. But again, I would recognize, well, wait a second, it's triggering me. It's working on something deeper than me. And then I'd want to analyze that to some degree. Um, and I'll stop there. I haven't gotten it figured out. I just wanted to lay the foundation that deep down inside, it's working at the structure level. If it's a quote unquote good thing in your perception, based on your conditioning or your narratives, you're going to want more of that. If it's a bad thing based on your conditioning and your narratives, you're going to have an aversion to that. And that operation is always going on in us because we were built that way and we're vulnerable to that.
So if the foundation, since the foundation is intelligence, right, of our being, then what should lead us? Emotions?
Negative.
Okay.
And by the way, even if you still want to be double hard on me, you're still welcome to. But it
No,
doesn't
you
sound,
did very well at explaining it.
yeah.
You did very well at explaining it, because when you took the first position, you were basically saying that, well, their emotions are good. And what's trying to be said here on the call is that yes, they may feel good, right? But when you look at the structure, we see that what we're calling good emotions are actually holding people in structural captivity. And if they're
Right.
holding people in structural captivity, then you have to make the judgment that they're not good,
Yeah.
irregardless of the consequence of that judgment. You have to call the structure for what it is.
And it's weird to say it, but I mean, it's not weird now, but it's for somebody who's all whatever in their way of being, and they hear that without any context, they're going to say, "What the heck are you talking about?" You know. However, you can recognize it. It's not even an opinion to come to this determination.
Absolutely. All right. And so what Sergio was saying before, he said temporality. So Sergio, temporality.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the process of like checking out, checking in right now. You caught me at a bad time.
Okay, let us know when you're free.
It's probably gonna be 20 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
I gotta move. I gotta change room and everything. So
All right. I don't know
I'm
if the
gonna be up
call's
down the elevator and stuff. So
okay. Well, we'll keep that for next time then.
all right.
All right. I think I gave everybody enough to think about. Darren, any last words?
I have one question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Is the whole story about Jesus just a narrative?
Well, what do you recognize?
Well, that's what I'm starting to recognize. I just wasn't sure whether I was understanding it properly.
Okay. And why do you recognize it as a narrative?
Oh, I'm not, I don't know if I'll be able to explain it.
Try.
Just some of the verses in the Bible, just some of the verses in the Bible, it just, the way it's presented, it just looks like he was born in the flesh just like us, and he's supposed to be a brother. And so is there a Jesus that was born from the Holy Spirit and like
Dari, you cut out. We were waiting for you to come back. You said, is there a Jesus that was born from the Holy Spirit? And
yeah, like all the verses in the Bible, like that there is a Jesus that's born from the Holy Spirit, and he's supposed to be our brother, and
okay.
he went to heaven. But there's like there'd be more verses that don't come to my mind right now, but I just started to think about it, if it was all a narrative.
A story, yes, a made up story.
So then that's why there's no like you said at the beginning when we came on, there is no true history of the Gospels. So
Okay, yeah, there's
that's
no,
why then.
yeah, we don't have the original writings. They only have copies of the originals, but they can't even verify that the copies are actually copies of the originals because nobody have the originals to compare it to say this is a copy.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more than that, right? Like, so if you look at Matthew, Mark, and Luke, they're similar in structure. Scholars have said that, well, scholars, but I mean that's an appeal to authority. But when you look at the stories, they're similar, but they're different. There's a whole bunch of explanations that go on, but one of the harder points to contend with is that this only happened once, right? Apparently. So Jesus on the Sermon of the Mount, it only happened once. And all the stories that we're told of in the Bible that Jesus said this and Jesus said that, it only happened one time. And so some of these stories about Jesus, there's like a lot of interaction. Jesus said this and the Pharisee said that. And Jesus said this and the Pharisee said that. And the wedding feast, right, went on for a few days and all the things that were spoken. And this was supposed to be
Yeah.
transferred orally to the next generation before it ever got written down. So if you accept
Yeah.
that, right? If you accept that, you're accepting the fact that you went around for 3 years talking to people, and everything that you said and everything that you did for the 3 years was recorded orally and passed on orally without any error.
Yeah. When they didn't even know that about the story that was going to happen afterwards. Like, what would have caused them to record it all?
Yeah. Have you ever played the game Telephone?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So a story can survive, going around in a circle amongst 12 individuals, but that story remained unadulterated for 3 years, passing from word of mouth.
60 years.
Yeah.
Not 3 years, Sergio, 60.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an impossibility.
But you see, you're still looking at inside the structure and asking for questions or asking for answers from inside the structure when you should recognize what the structure is itself. Meaning that all religious stance, right? All religious positions are built on believing the story, having faith in the story, having feelings and experiences within that belief system, and then pronouncing that belief system to be the truth and turning over your recognition to it. And just because you were, I think you said you were Mennonite?
Yes.
Yeah, so you were Mennonite. That was the denomination that you were under, but the structure of what I just described to you operates the same for the Mormon. The Mormon believes the story, has faith in it, has experiences and feelings within the structure of the religion, and then declares it to be true and turns over his or her recognition to the structure. The Muslim, the same thing. They hear the stories out of the Quran, they believe it, they have faith in it, they have experiences and feelings, and they declare this to be truth, and they turn over the recognition. So that structure is in operation with all of the religious positions. You're presented a narrative, and then you believe and have faith in that narrative.
Yeah. Yeah. And no, I'm starting to recognize that it's basically the whole Bible. Like I can see there's statements that are reality, but really what I recognize is that they use the book to captivate the whole world.
Yes, it was meant as an authority to do exactly that. And it was done on purpose, right? Because when the
Well,
Bible was,
that's
go ahead.
no, exactly. I was just going to say yes, exactly.
Well, you look at when it was put together in book form, right? And what Constantine did. He called the bishops together. He wanted to adopt Christianity, and he said, "You guys all have different beliefs about this Jesus. We need one uh, conformed belief about it. That's going to be the structure of it, and Rome's going to adopt it. So therefore, create the book that represents this Christianity," and that's where it was formed from.
Really?
Well, that's
Yeah,
where the Bible comes from as a book. Before then, they say they say that they have the writings, right? They'll tell you they had Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, not the originals. And then they'll say Paul started writing around 60 AD or 55 AD, depending. But what they don't tell you is that when they were called together to make what they call the book, the Bible, they had over 46,000 written documents concerning this Jesus and Christianity. And what made it into the book that they call the Bible is what we have today, or what the Catholics have. And it was the bishops under the authority of the Roman Empire that put that book together. So it's no coincidence when you look to them quoting Paul, and Paul saying, "Obey the rulers that have control over you. Obey the government. They're there because God put them in authority to watch over you."
yes, and all of that, turning the other cheek, and the unjust judge, and there's so many statements that I start to recognize that are working for this government.
Hmm. So what do you do with this then, Margaret? in flaming fire, taking vengeance on them that know not God and that obey not the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's been a great fear tactic among the people that I grew up with, and even before we come onto this school, we saw already or recognized that hellfire was a narrative. It had been mistaught, and now there's even more to that than what we saw at the time, but it's false, and it's just putting fear in people to obey.
Well, I understand where you're coming from, but you're being a little bit vague, but I think I recognize what you're saying. Are you trying to say that when you realized that hell wasn't really what was taught, you were saying that the Bible never taught about hell? That, let's say, like, it was about a garbage dump?
I don't remember exactly what the concordance says, but no, we just according to when we looked at the teaching throughout the Bible and what the concordance had to say about the word, we could understand that it was a misteaching. I mean, now that we recognize what the whole book has done, um, now it's even more clear. But even this was years ago, where we just saw that this hell was used to to put fear in people and cause them to obey, especially and because they want to be saved.
I hear you. You need to look at the structure. You don't need to look inside of the structure. You need to look at the structure. Because when you look inside of the structure, you're not looking at the structure itself. And you're failing to recognize that you're looking for sorry. You're looking for things that don't add up. You're looking for things that don't make sense within the Bible, within the structure itself. When you see the structure, right, the structure itself is not correct. And because the structure itself is not correct, it's stealing your recognition. It's impacting upon your freedom of thought and consciousness. That alone allows you to lay down the structure. You don't need to prove that all the claims of the structure are wrong. It's not what you need to do. To try and prove that all the claims of the structure are wrong, you're going to spend your whole life, because they've made hundreds of thousands of claims in the book. To try and find all the explanations for all the claims made in that book is a waste of your time. Because now you're starting from in the structure. You're not free from the structure. But when you take a step outside of it and you look to it and you say, this structure is wrong. Why? Not because I find fault in the book, but because what the structure is doing is incorrect. It doesn't matter if it was talking about pink pigs or purple horses. It doesn't matter what the content of the book does or says. It doesn't matter if it's the Quran. It doesn't matter if it's the Bible. It doesn't matter if it's the Vedas. It doesn't matter. What matters is how is the structure operating. And the structure is operating to steal your recognition. And the structure operates the same way. Present a narrative, a story, cause you to believe it and have faith in it. From the context of your belief and faith, now have experiences and feelings. And now you are going to determine that this is the truth because of what you've experienced, and you will surrender your recognition. That's the structure that works upon all religion. And once you truly recognize that, then you don't care about what the God says in the particular religion. You don't care about what the book says in the particular religion. Why? Well, because you've already diagnosed the structure as being against your being, against the universal order. So whatever the structure is declaring, whatever claims it's making, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. If you don't see the structure first in its operation, then yeah, you're going to worry about the claims. Do you understand what I'm saying, Margaret? Or she's gone. Wow. Okay. That'll get me for talking with my head down and eating a cracker.
I didn't realize she disappeared.
Well, she was having difficulty with her.
Here we are.
Oh, there.
She's back. She's back.
So how far did we lose you? Margaret?
You're not. You're. Go ahead. But you're muted still, Abe and Marge.
They're having technical difficulties.
I blame Brian.
I got cut off because of service.
Oh, okay. At what part did you get cut off at?
You said we need to look at the structure.
Yes. So the structure, right, of a narrative being presented to you and believing the story, believing the narrative, and having faith in that narrative, and then having experiences and feelings within the narrative, within the story, and then you declaring that story to be true because of your experiences, and then you surrendering your recognition to the structure, to the system, to the story, to the belief. That's the way it operates with all religions. And it doesn't matter what the religion is claiming inside the structure. It doesn't matter what the book is saying is true or reality. Once you recognize the structure, you don't care what the book is saying. If you don't recognize the structure and what it's doing to the being and how it's against the universal order, then you're going to care about the claim of the structure, of the system.
Yeah. No, I saw the structure already, but then when you have spent so much time in the book,
Yes.
and then these
Well,
different verses come to your mind, and I just ever since we came to recognition, I just hadn't thought about the story of Jesus, and but all of a sudden it just clicked to me that it's all a narrative, and I just thought I'd ask for your opinion, or for your understanding, I should say.
well, I recognize, like you recognize, it's a narrative. But it's not just a narrative with no purpose. There's direct purpose to the narrative. There's direct
Yes.
reason for the narrative and the way it's structured.
Yeah. And feel free to correct me if I don't have my words right. But I find it very hard. Like, I hear all of you speaking, and you speak so fluently, and I can understand it. There's words that I look up for the true definition, but it's very hard to bring out what I'm actually thinking, because it's the second language, which we never speak on a daily basis.
Well, that's okay. No need to apologize, but I understand. Do you find that you're afraid that you've made a mistake concerning Jesus?
No, it's
Okay.
just that um, I just find it hard to, often I would like to say something on the school, but I find it hard to bring out the proper wording, and therefore I don't. I don't speak.
Well, just try. Whenever you want to say something, just try. If we don't understand, we'll say, well, could you explain a little bit more, please?
Okay, well, I will I will try to do that because I need to learn, and it is probably the best way to learn.
So you grew up as a Mennonite, but your parents were Mennonites also?
Yes. Yeah, and my parents moved around a lot, like going to South America, Bolivia, twice,
Oh,
3 times, and then all over like southern Alberta and Manitoba. And so in all of my years growing up, I was in school for 3 years. So that didn't help. For some things it was good, but
I hear you. And when did you start compartmentalizing things? When did you start seeing that what you were being taught wasn't making complete sense?
oh, that's for me. It's been a lot of years. Like we did go to church, still quite a few years after. Actually,
Hmm.
maybe even 7 years. We still went to church where I started seeing it, but Abe didn't. And I went home very displeased because like the sermons just came, it seemed like there was no improvement from one Sunday to the next of what they were speaking about. And I went home very discouraged until the time just came that I said, I'm done.
Well, if you don't mind me asking, what was your conflict within? What were you discouraged about? What were you
Well,
seeing that was not correct? Like they weren't following certain
well, at
standards or what?
no, I was reading the Bible, and they weren't even really bringing proper teachings of the Bible across the pulpit. Like it was so vague um, that it felt so useless to go there.
I understand what you mean. But you were told that they're
And
your authority, right?
exactly, we gave, yeah. And when we stopped going, it definitely caused a division in the family because like
You're a backslider
we were,
now.
yeah, we were told that we were just lost souls if we didn't stay with the church that we were baptized at.
You guys hearing this? This is structural captivity being expressed. This is what it really
Oh,
does to the intelligence and to the human being.
it
It what, Margaret? So she disagrees, right? She sees things are wrong, but she still stays there for 7 years.
That's rough. That's
Complete
rough.
complete override of the will, complete override of the determination. And what is it that's keeping her there, right? False beliefs, false principles, false positions that she's taken as an authority, as reality. That's not allowing her to
I
leave.
think I got
We can hear you now.
Okay, I got cut off. So who was that you were talking about right now?
The pastor. I said to you, why didn't you leave? Because you're told that they're the authority over you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only way to heaven.
Yes.
So if you don't continue to believe this, if you don't stay here and follow this, then you're not going to make it to heaven. God's going to punish you, and that punishment is going to be fire and brimstone in hell and suffering. Well, if you really believe this, right, then what do you expect? Well, this is the behavior I expect. I'm not to leave, not to leave. Why? Well, I believe it. This is truth to me. I can't go. Yeah, but I'm seeing things that are wrong. I'm seeing things that don't make sense. Yeah, but you don't have the right to question that. Why? You're not the authority here. The pastor is, the church is. You're to submit. If you don't submit, then the devil has you and you're going to hell.
Oh yeah, if there's some in the church that have too many questions, they get told you want to know too much.
And why is that response there? To control the knowledge, right? To control the precept, to control the understanding. Don't look outside this box.
That's right. Yeah.
If you look outside this
Yeah,
box, it's the devil doing
they're
it to
afraid
you.
of they're afraid of losing their authority.
And this is going on with 5 to 6 billion people on Earth right now. The same thing you
Yeah,
just heard Margaret
it's terrible.
the same thing you just heard Margaret express, right, is what's going on the Earth right now. They're not going to come and tell you that, right? Hi, I'm here today to talk to you
No,
about
because
Jehovah.
most of them.
Sorry. Hi, I'm here to talk to you today about Jehovah. And if you don't follow Jehovah, right, he's going to judge you. And you're going to be placed in fire for eternity. And your skin is going to burn and your body's going to burn and it's going to regenerate and you're going to keep burning and burning and burning forever. Would you like to come to church Sunday with me? Although that structural captivity is there, right, that's not what they bring. Oh, God loves you. You need to be born again.
Exactly.
God, yeah, God
I
paid the
was,
price for you. Go ahead there.
yeah, I was about 11 years old, and I was always afraid to go to sleep in case I would die during the night. And one day I talked to my dad about it, and then he said, according to the story of Jesus, he was innocent until 12 years old. So I didn't need to worry about that. I was still in my innocent years. If I would die, I would be saved. And so after that, I didn't go to bed fearful. But that's terrible. And how many people grow up with that fear?
Yep, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. It's the structural captivity of mankind. It's the structural captivity of religion and belief. And it's not innocent. And it shouldn't be allowed. And every government that gives a license to these religious organizations that are operating this captivity upon human beings is incorrect.
Yeah, I hope we'll see the time come where it will be corrected.
And with the Mennonites, right? You guys believe in separation and holiness also. So you have to dress a certain way. You have to abstain from the pleasures of the world because it's an issue of salvation. It's an
Yes.
issue of pleasing God. It's an issue of not living in the flesh, but walking in the spirit. The whole
Yeah, well,
structure.
we were brought up the I guess although I don't know, I don't even know exactly what the teaching was, but all of those outside of our denomination, or even say the Mennonites, even here's a lot of different denominations already, but all those outside of those structures were not saved. Like that's the
Of course
way
not.
we were looking at the world, and so we were supposed to stay away from all of that.
Of course. Only here you're saved. Inside these boundaries is where God is. Inside these boundaries is where salvation is. Don't think outside these boundaries. Don't step outside these boundaries. If you begin to think outside these boundaries, you're in danger already. Satan's already got a
Yeah.
hold of you. If you step outside of these boundaries, if you leave the church, if you leave the belief, you're a reprobate. You're backslided. Satan got you. That's the same story in all those religions. And it's meant to do one thing: keep you under the construct and keep your recognition in the system.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's a violation of your rights. It's a violation of your being. It's a violation of your intelligence. It's a violation of who you are. To do that to you, to hold you to a story that threatens you like that, and forces you to behave this way, and forces you to give up your recognition to the system, is
Yes,
complete.
and after our recognition, it's so much harder to see all of them staying in captivity unknowingly.
I hear you. I understand. But let me tell you something else. It may be hard to see them, right? But now you have something where you can say something to those who are in that structure. You don't have to. You're not obligated to. But if the door ever opens, right, you have the ability. What? Well, to help them recognize what you've recognized.
Yes, oh yeah, and we would gladly share. It's just we saw the structure of the government, but we didn't see the structure of the Bible um, until recently. We saw a lot in it that was not correct, but not the way we recognize it now. And so we have gone through, like, I don't really call it hard times because we've been all okay. Like we have to eat, and um, we have clothes to wear, and we have a roof over our head. Like that's all good. Um, it's just that some of the things, just like this taxes that we're dealing with now, like people haven't seen the actual progress yet, and so it's much harder to share your recognition. But we're looking forward to this being um, completed. It's not the proper word, but I don't remember. I can't think of a right word right now. And that will, I think that will open some people's eyes.
Okay, you think, right?
What's that?
I said you think.
Yeah. No, you know that they will. Well, no, we know. Actually, I know that it will open some people's eyes.
Okay. So do you still believe that you have an eternal soul that's going to be judged by God?
I haven't fully thought about all of that, but not to me. I don't think about that. I don't. The way I discern it now, there won't be that great judgment day and all of that. If we die, we'll just be in the eternal realm, and as long as we're here, we're here.
Okay. Lance, would you like to spend 38 years or 30 years in a religion like this? Thinking like this?
Well, if it's a good religion. um that yeah, that's not how I would want to live. I even think about before I had all these injuries and before I got Lyme disease, um, I was working for 6 years to save up a lot of money so that I could give up all my possessions and become a full-time assistant at a Vipassana meditation center because I truly thought I had found the ultimate of all ultimates. And by the way, there is there's some valuable things in there. That being said, um, even at a place like that, I would still rather be living the way I live now, compared to that, and that was as close as I could get to truth. So, when you ask me, do I want 38 years, in a religion? Um, I don't see any other thing that far off from that, except that it's harder to pick up the patterns. Whereas if you think about a religion, it is so structured. It's so structured to the extent that look at what happens when you ask the pastor or whoever it is, "Hey, I've got some questions about this," and they tell you, "You're asking too many questions," you know? Um, like, that is so structured, but
So
yeah, even at the meditation center, I wouldn't be that much better off because
so
there's no recognition.
okay, so watch this. So Margaret, in your experience in the religion, the Mennonites, at times did you feel peace? Did you feel joy?
Oh, for sure. There were times where, yeah, you thought
So
everything was okay.
so there you go, right? A witness to the structure that we've been talking about tonight. Even though it was structural
Yeah, that's
captivity.
why. That's why.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to discern all of that. When you were talking about emotions and joy and I'm trying to decipher. So, is there even such a thing as joy? Like you just have to. Really, it's just a discernment between a recognition between reality and falsehood.
That's a good way of putting it. Yes, absolutely. So she gives a testimony.
Because what it is, if it's emotions or joy or peace or whatever, it it can take you captive in in ways that you don't see if you're not careful.
Yep, absolutely. It's the nature of the structure. That's what it's there to do. It's not by accident. It's not by chance. That's the nature of the structural captivity. And so, and then again, I'm going to push, and then I'm going to end this conversation because it's late here for me. But you can't look at the emotional structure and say, well, it's good, right? At best, you can say, well, it feels good. Okay, I don't deny with you. It feels good, absolutely. But just because it feels good, it doesn't mean that it is good. You're listening to Margaret, right? And there's others that have given firsthand testimony, but it's all over the world we recognize this. When she was under structural captivity and being held under threat and not leaving because of all this, right? She still was feeling peace and still was feeling joy. And within her structural captivity, she was feeling peace and feeling joy. So, peace and joy being used as structural captivity, being used to enforce structural captivity. So, this emotional channel is not all that it's claimed to be, not all that we've been told that it is. And with that, we'll end it. It's 1:30.